coming for the wake, no more ice cream and cake. We and them dead.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Laid to rest, laid to rest, laid to rest, laid to rest. It's alleged, it's alleged, it's alleged, it's alleged. Hey, tell them Kamala say, PNM dead. Petrochain workers say, the party dead, dead, dead. Bubba billions missing from the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money, the end is here. Security, PNM dead. Hey, tell them Munilal say, PNM dead. Even the 1%ers say, the party dead, dead, dead. They support us mourning and crying. Funeral arrangements they making, the DMO leaving. PNM dead. Condolences to the Balize. SIEP, no more pale pale. The rising sun is ready to govern Trinidad and Tobago for a brighter tomorrow. One, restart the economy, two, health sector, immediate victory. Abolish crime, put sports on the front line. Four, every pipe must have water. Five, roads smooth as six, provide people with work. UNC and making jokes. Tell them drilling say, PNM dead. Social media say, the party dead, dead, dead. The registered party members in pain. Scarborough, the put a spin. Inside sources say, PNM dead. Tell them Arnold say, PNM dead. Police, army and prison say, the party dead, dead, dead. Election night, flambeau burning steady. The casket was on the hood ready. Read the red eulogy. PNM dead, dead, dead. Tell them Kamala say, PNM dead. Some of the members say, the party dead, dead, dead. When the carry come leaders hear what's up, seems like not one of them was in shock, put them in one big box. PNM dead. Tell them Munilal say, PNM dead. Teachers, doctors and nurses say, the party dead, dead, dead. All the bad investments and fellas make investors not coming for the wake, no more ice cream and cake. PNM dead, dead, dead. The red party showed no empathy for 18 babies and pipeline families. They so heartless, citizens in distress. The country in a crisis, SOE and still lawlessness. One, UNC on a mission. Two, to correct the school system. Three, end poverty and clean up TNT. Four, speed up the housing process. Five, lower taxes. Six, revamp we energy. Bring back the oil refinery. Tell them Kamala say, PNM dead. Petrochain workers say, the party dead, dead, dead. Bubba billions missing from the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money, the end is here. Security, PNM dead. Hey, tell them Munilal say, PNM dead. Even the 1%ers say, the party dead, dead, dead. They support us mourning and crying. Funeral arrangements they making, the DMO leaving. PNM dead, dead, dead. Tell them drilling say, PNM dead. Social media say, the party dead, dead, dead. The registered party members in pain. Scarborough, the put a spin. Inside sources say, PNM dead. Tell them Arnold say, PNM dead. Police, army and prison say, the party dead, dead, dead. Election night, flambeau burning steady. The casket was on the hood ready. Read the red eulogy. PNM dead, dead, dead.
For Trinidad and Tobago to grow, PNM must go.
PNM, your days are numbered. UNC will take over. Trinidad and Tobago, yellow is is the code. PNM, them in too much back on them. Them say PNM sleeping with the criminals. When PNM in power, the crime rate goes up higher. PNM breaks the country every time. When PNM in power, them don't care about them character. PNM bankrupt the country every time. Them say PNM must go far, far away. Never do come up until judgment day. PNM who breaks the country every time. PNM, them in too much confusion. Them say PNM blocking up good governance. When PNM in power, more taxes is the order. PNM breaks the country every time. When PNM in power, it's for the rich to get richer. PNM bankrupt the country every time. Them say PNM must go far, far away. Never to come up until judgment day. PNM who breaks the country every time. PNM, them in too much corruption. Them say UNC is the only solution. When the PP was in power, the country started to prosper. PNM come break the country every time. When PNM in power, love until continues to suffer. PNM bankrupt the country every time. Them say PNM must go far, far away. Never will come back until judgment day. PNM who breaks the country every time. PNM, them spiteful and real bad mind. Them say PNM breaks the country every time. When PNM in power, criminals they appoint all over. PNM breaks the country every time. But when Tamla come in power, all corruption will uncover. UNC will make our lives live better. Them say PNM must go far, far away. I never will come back until judgment day. PNM who breaks the country every time. Prices get higher. Restructuring. Our foreign reserve has diminished with this wicked PNM, bad-minded and spiteful PNM government. Your days are numbered. Yellow is the code. Trinidad and Tobago. Yellow is the code. Vote UNC for a better TNT.
When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Tell your neighbor, tell your friend, now is the time to rise and shine. Tell your mother, tell your father, now is the time to decide. If you want leaders who can build, place your ex by the rising sun. If you want leaders who can lead properly, place your ex by the rising sun. On election day, vote UNC, one love, one team, one hope, one dream. On election day, vote UNC, one love, one team, one hope, one dream. When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Vote for peace, vote for love, vote for hope, vote for change. When UNC wins, everybody wins.
Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. We tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching at the law, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot, again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more rolling again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. We're tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching a dollar, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot, again. No more.
A short while ago of Madam Justice's judgment, and this afternoon I want to say that the government is vindicated in its position as it relates to the administration issues that we have identified surrounding CPEP. Further, CPEP this afternoon, as its line minister, sent to me a copy of a press release that they issued a short while ago. And I want to first quote from that press release, where it says, whilst the company has emerged victorious, it is extremely concerned about the fraudulent misrepresentation made to the board that Cabinet had granted approval to extend over 300 contracts with its core contractors for a period of 3 years, ending in 2029. It considers this to be a most serious matter as it sets a dangerous precedent for corporate governance. Further, it goes on to say, we take special notice of the fact that the learned judge has seen it fit to refer to this matter to the Director of Public Prosecutions for his attention. CPEP stands ready, willing, and able to assist the DPP, Anti-Corruption Bureau, and the Fraud Squad with a thorough and urgent criminal investigation into this matter. The company's board of directors was deceived into extending over 300 contracts, thereby exposing the government of Trinidad and Tobago to expenditure to the tune of $1.4 billion. This decision was taken by CPEP's board on the basis of information that was allegedly provided by ex-line minister for CPEP, Mr. Al-Rawi, to the now ex-chairman, Mr. Joel Edwards, that Cabinet had authorized and approved the extension of all CPEP core contracts. This matter, after the deliberation and the judgment of Madam Justice Margaret Mohammed, is scandalous, it is deeply troubling, and it is damning in itself. The press release went on to say, in his affidavit, Mr. Edwards did not deny Mr. Eddy's evidence that is the former chairman, Mr. Edwards, to Mr. Eddy, the current CEO and CEO at that time of CPEP in his affidavit. Instead, he preferred the incredible explanation that there was an error in the board note. The board note that they refer to as a board note indicating that there was cabinet approval for the extension of CPEP contracts when we discovered that there was none. The contemporaneous evidence shows that Mr. Edwards was never informed CPEP's management or board that there were any mistakes, far less the need for correction of same. Indeed, there is no message in the WhatsApp group about this alleged mistake, and this speaks to the evidence that was provided by Senior Counsel Anand Ramlogan on behalf of the company through the affidavit. CPEP therefore calls upon all board members to clear the air on this matter. If any former board member was advised by Mr. Edwards that there was an error in the board note because the statement that Cabinet had approved the extension of the contracts was false, they have a duty to speak out and clear the air in the interest of good governance, transparency, and accountability. CPEP is in possession of every single email sent by the board members ratifying the decision of the Cabinet to extend these contracts. There is no mention of any mistaken emails sent from the directors 48 hours before the general elections when they voted via round robin in support of ratifying and implementing the Cabinet's decision. CPEP welcomes the referral of this matter by the High Court to the DPP. Sworn affidavit evidence has already been given by CEO Mr. Keith Eddy and ex-chairman Mr. Joel Edwards. Unfortunately, then line minister for CPEP, now Senator Faris Al-Rawi, who has been very vocal on many national issues and earlier with respect to the issues surrounding CPEP of recent, did not file any evidence on this important issue as it relates to the alleged fraud perpetuated against the company. Therefore, I join my voice with CPEP this afternoon as their line minister in calling upon the former line minister for CPEP, now Senator Faris Al-Rawi, to clear the air in the public interest regarding this matter. CPEP remains committed to the principles of transparency, integrity, and accountability. As a responsible corporate body that is funded by taxpayers, we have a duty to ensure that we serve the public interest in an honest and responsible manner. But for the representation that Cabinet had approved the extension of over 300 core contracts, the company would not have taken such a decision in the days leading up to before general election. CPEP therefore intends to seek legal advice on this matter and shall leave no stone unturned because it is determined to get to this. Illegal consequences, and the chips will fall where they must. This afternoon, I'm pleased to say that I lend my full support. I want to congratulate and thank Senior Counsel Anand Ramlogan for his representation in this matter. When the matters regarding CPEP first arose, there was a large hue and cry in terms of government's position on CPEP, but we were very clear from day one in terms of what we found, what were the challenges at the company, the advice that was proffered to us, and therefore we are seeing the fruits of the challenges that were made, but us standing strong in our conviction in terms of advancing the interests of the company and protecting the well-being of the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago. What is deeply disturbing, alarming, and some would say even shocking, would have been the utterances of Madam Justice Margaret Mohammed forwarding these matters to the Director of Public Prosecutions. So for all those who have been asking, when would matters be forwarded? When would matters be raised with the police and so on? I can say unequivocally that today is the day for that. And CPEP is intent on cooperating with the Anti-Corruption Bureau, the Fraud Squad, and the authorities in this matter. We must get to the bottom of who misled the management of CPEP with respect to the issue of cabinet approval. And we have set out a strong case in terms of the evidence that was provided to the court. And today the court has ruled that they agree that this matter must go before the Director of Public Prosecutions. There are a lot of questions to be answered, but who will answer those questions? And the persons responsible for answering those questions would be the people who would have sat in the cabinet of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago prior to April 28. And most importantly, it will be the line ministers who had direct responsibility for CPEP. Up to this time, I don't think that we have had any public utterances coming from now Senator Al-Rawi on this particular matter as it relates to the judgment that came out a short while ago from Madam Justice Margaret Mohammed. We look forward to him clearing the air on that matter in terms of what role, if there was any role, as indicated by Mr. Eddy, the CEO of CPEP, in terms of where he would have gotten this direction from. We were very clear when we spoke to the national community that it was not simply about an extension of contract. It was a committal of $1.4 billion of Trinidad and Tobago taxpayers' money being injected into CPEP for additional 3 years without any cabinet approval. May I also add that it was a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance who made it very clear, and I think there was no better authority for that information to have been placed in the public space and as part of this litigation, when the PS in the Ministry of Finance indicated unequivocally that yes, cabinet approval was required in this matter. So I think once and for all, we can, based on the judgment today, we can say safely that based on the advice of the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, the interpretation of the law coming from Madam Justice Margaret Mohammed, that cabinet approval was needed in this matter. The matter that is really of grave concern, and I think that is why the learned judge has sent the matter to the DPP. This is not a case of the government. It is not a case of CPEP. This is now a judicial officer in the High Court of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago who has sent this matter to the DPP. It now involves senior former members of the government in terms of answering how did we arrive at this situation, whether or not the accusations and allegations are true that have been made by the CEO, the current CEO, and who would have served as the CEO at the time these contracts would have been extended, and the role, if any role, was played by former Minister Faris Al-Rawi in this matter. As I said, I don't think that there has been a more scandalous development in recent times as it relates to the public purse with respect to this matter that has been unearthed at CPEP. And therefore, the onus are on those who would have served in government to provide the country with answers. Should they fail to do so, I'm almost certain, as I said earlier, CPEP will be pursuing this matter with respect to the DPP, as well as the Anti-Corruption Bureau and the Fraud Squad. The other matter that I want to raise has to do with a matter that has found itself in the public domain over the past couple of days, and it has to do with government's rejection of the RIC's recommendation to the former cabinet. That was before this cabinet when we came in April 2025, post-general election. One of the campaign promises that we made to the electorate, and we were very clear throughout the election cycle, that at this time, an incoming UNC government will not pursue accepting the recommendations of the RIC as it relates to increase water and electricity tariffs. I can tell you today, the cabinet has confirmed, I have the confirmation, the minute in my hand, which shows the Cabinet of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has rejected the RIC's recommendations as it relates to the electricity tariffs. Now, I want to explain how this works in terms of the period that the recommendations cover. And it says in the Cabinet Minute, Cabinet agreed A, to reject the implementation of the final rates and charges for the first year, 2023 to 24, of the regulatory control period, 2023-2027. and a subsequent annual tariff adjustment exercise for each remaining year of the price control period for the electricity transmission and distribution sector, as approved by the RIC on September 21, 2023. B, that there be no increase in the electricity rate at this time in alignment with government's stated policy. Those were the two areas that we agreed to and confirmed earlier today at the cabinet sitting. So those were the two matters that I wanted to raise. And at this time, as Nicholas indicated before, I will take answers on these. Sorry, I will take questions on these two matters.
Good afternoon, Sam Guardian Media. Before I ask about CPEP, I just want to know, with the new US 15% tariff taking effect as of midnight today, some of the critics have spelled a gloomy economic future. Why are the ministers of trade or finance not here to discuss the potential financial impact on the economy, on employment, on foreign exchange? Why are we not hearing from them today?
Well, I can tell you why you're hearing from me. And that's why I'm presenting myself before you. I'm almost certain in the next couple hours and days ahead that you will be hearing from different government ministers as it relates to that. Nicholas did indicate that the cabinet continues to sit, and those are active discussions that will be held over the next couple hours and will be shared with you.
Akash, as the minister said, the Prime Minister is chairing the cabinet right now, and there are a number of issues that they are continuing to dialogue on, and the minister is here to address that very landmark issue that was under his remit. So if we could just go to his issue that he would have presented on today.
Former Minister Marvin Gonzalez yesterday, he said, well, if the UNC is rejecting the RI, oh, sorry, thank you. Yeah, former Minister Marvin Gonzalez yesterday said, if UNC is rejecting the RIC report, what is UNC proposing in its place? He said that there's a $7 billion debt owed to this NGC as a gas supplier, and then there are going to be ever increasing operational costs. So, any thoughts at all, please?
Certainly. Without being too unkind to the former minister, it's almost shameless for the former minister to have raised this particular issue, because we didn't just arrive at a $7 billion debt between TNTEC and NGC. For the last 9.5 years, this debt was allowed to balloon unaddressed in two incarnations between the period 2015 to 2020 and 2020 to 2025 until the general election. This is a situation that we inherited of a $7 billion debt that was left unaddressed. But we are not ignorant of that fact. But I also want to raise another context, which the former minister has not raised. And that has to do with the $1.5 billion in outstanding receivables that was also allowed to accumulate over the last 9.5 years across state agencies, ministries, state enterprises. When they exited government on April 28, those two matters were left to languish in the public domain, thereby leaving TNTEC at times in a very precarious situation in terms of the administration of the company. Since coming into government, we have been actively looking, myself, Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Planning. And over the next couple of days and weeks, we will be articulating to the population in terms of how do we see a payment plan in terms of ensuring that the debt between TNTEC and NGC, because many in the national community, we keep speaking about the debt between TNTEC and NGC, not understanding how it works in terms of how the layman's understanding of it. And if I were to put it in perspective, it is that TNTEC purchases natural gas from NGC for the production of electricity. Over the last 9.5 years, that situation has left to languish in terms of the debt was not addressed. It was just allowed to accumulate year after year. And that is why I say that the former minister is really shameless in terms of raising this issue, because they did nothing. They left this for us to clean up, and we are not complaining about it. What we are putting a spotlight on is how did we arrive at that situation. The second ambit is that we intend on addressing that matter. Just earlier today, Minister of Planning, Minister of Finance, and myself, we met, and there is a payment plan that we will put in place, but we will want to have active consultation with the stakeholders within the industry, both TNTEC and NGC, to come to the table to address those matters. Those matters will be addressed both in terms of a medium-term approach and a long-term approach, because it's a substantial figure. But then also we must look at the outstanding receivables in terms of the operationalizing element of the company to get the company to where we want it to be. So I heard that the former minister was talking about that this may result in blackouts and so on. And, I don't often quote former Prime Minister Rowley, but it seems that Marvin Gonzalez is a new tongue crier in that he is crying doom and gloom, but the restrictions in terms of not accepting these tariffs will not have any significant impact. It already does not have an impact on the company's operations in terms of going into the coffers directly. So therefore, when I speak about the price control period, we've rejected 2023 to 24, and then there are the other 3 years to which we have already applied the same prescription in terms of how we intend on addressing these tariffs. So, Sean, you're asking me what we will do based on what former Minister Marvin Gonzalez is saying. What I'm saying is we are bringing the stakeholders to the table, which they should have done years ago, to devise a payment plan to see the. Now, we have also saying, well, TNTech has to evolve. And for years, we are hearing that TNTech has to evolve. One of our campaign promises has also been for TNTech that we will look into alternative supplies of energy, whether it's wind energy on the eastern coast, whether we will work with the multinational companies in terms of increasing solar power, but also the injection of capital investment into the energy sector to look for alternative energy supplies. So those are the areas in which we wish to grow. But at the same time, we are also looking at a payment plan with respect to between NGC and TNTech. And that's the approach that we will be taking. We have no intention of taking any advice from the former minister who left us this situation without addressing the issue when he was Minister of Public Utilities and when he served this nation for 10 years without addressing these critical challenges in the electricity sector.
So the follow-up actually would be in terms of consumers, that former Minister Gonzalez said that the TNT rate is 5 cents US per kilowatt hour that is consumed, while the international rate is 15 US cents per kilowatt hour consumed. So we are. Is the government able to subsidize? I mean, is the average person's electricity consumption, is it subsidized, and is the government in a position to subsidize it, or should people be told, look, switch off the bathroom light, you're not there going out the house, switch off the light? Any thoughts?
Well, there must be a culture change in Trinidad and Tobago, to which we totally agree with you in terms of the approach that we must take in terms of conserving electricity. That has been there forever. The issue that you have raised has to do with the subsidizing. And for years, this is not something that is new. For years, Trinidad and Tobago, we have been subsidizing the cost of natural gas between TNTech and NGC. The question you're asking is whether or not we can sustain that. The challenge that we have found ourselves in is with respect to the operations. How does the RIC look in terms of determining these new tariffs? And there are several prongs in terms of addressing those matters with respect to how do you come up with these new tariffs and so on. It has to do with the operationalizing of the company. One, the self-sufficiency of the company, the quality of service and product that you provide from the company. So there are different ambits on which the RIC would have looked at in terms of determining the new rates. I am not so certain that the RIC worked sufficiently enough to address the challenges that the company was facing as a result of the outstanding receivables. You would recall, and I'm sure many of you would have covered these consultations. Then we were in opposition. And as responsible members, we found ourselves at these consultations and we raised some of these critical issues as it relates to the outstanding receivables, the same debt between TNTech and NGC, and the financial standing the company found itself in with respect to the lack of support coming from the state in terms of the state supporting its bills. I was reading one of the online comments, and one of the online comments said, well, the former administration was asking people to pay more, but they were not paying their own bills. And that is how we ended up in this situation. And therefore, we took the decision at this time to say to the population that while we need to fix the service, why we need to fix the company and bring it to a better financial standing. It cannot be, we cannot do so on the backs of taxpayers. When you're expecting a better quality of service, you're not receiving that, and at the same time, you're being asked to pay more. We found that to be unfair to consumers, and therefore that is why we have taken this approach. So yes, there is a subsidy in place, but this is not a situation that has just arisen. This is a situation that has been there for several years, and therefore this is the situation where the country is participating in the patrimony that is available to it. What that patrimony looks like at this point in time, we all know that there are constraints in terms of our economy. But the thing about it is that we have to fix TNTech before we can impose additional rates. There are other revenue generating measures that we will embark on, and I just articulated some of those revenue generating measures that we wish for TNTech to pursue. But ultimately, it cannot be that the taxpayer is being asked to carry the burden. And that is what the former administration was doing. They were not addressing the institutional and economic challenges of TNTech and NGC, but was seeking to impose the hardship in terms of the outcome of that on the consumer. We are saying at this point in time, we do not intend to go down that road in terms of putting the burden on taxpayers.
Enter the all-new Universal Horror Unleashed, where horror comes to play.
Financial standing.
I wanted to, you mentioned it a little bit, but I just want some more clarity on it. Now, you mentioned a payment plan, but you still have to get money for a payment plan. Where is the money going to come from now that you have scrapped this RIC report?
And I indicated to you over the next couple of days and weeks, we will be articulating to the national community. We are in discussions with the Ministry of Planning and the Ministry of Finance as it relates to the payment plan going forward. So certainly we will engage with you again as we roll out those measures.
Are you worried that the new US tariff rate would make it a bit more difficult now? Considering how much business we do with the US, a lot of it in energy.
Well, there's always a concern, and therefore you asked earlier about the Minister of Trade and others, and these are active discussions that we are having. And as I said, collectively as a cabinet, we are having those discussions in terms of the impacts that it may have, but also working with our international trade partners, inclusive of the United States, to mitigate some of those challenges that we see going forward.
RIC is an independent regulatory agency. Does the government's decision to reject its recommendations undermine its credibility and independence? And what does this mean for future utility regulation in Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, we're very clear, as all administrations determine the vision, the plan, the policy that is articulated to the population, regardless of whether it's in the public utility sector or any other sector. So the onus is on the government because we have the mandate from the electorate. So I don't see it really as an undermining because it is an option. You can either accept or you can reject. If it was a mandatory policy, it would have been very, very different. But it comes to the cabinet to accept or reject. So I would say that coming in with a very large mandate, as we did, campaigning on this specific issue, we are keeping our campaign promise, and therefore we are not doing so in a vacuum. We have also told you how we intend on rolling out measures that will mitigate some of those impacts in terms of the payment plan between NGC and TNTech. As I said, in the coming days and weeks ahead, we'll share more on those issues.
Finally, from me, is there a new chair of the RIC?
Yes, there is a new chair of the RIC. I would allow the cabinet to complete the process in terms of the appointment before the appointment is announced.
The former chair not there because of this recommendation here? Or?
The former chair resigned, Mrs. Amaru.
All right. So ask.
Thank you very much. Julie Brown, TV6 News. Just a couple of points of clarification regarding the judgment with regard to CPEP. So in the first instance, does this judgment, is it, can an appeal be made on the judgment? Or is it a final judgment on the matter?
Well, it's a high court judgment, and you and I both know how that goes.
And secondly, is the government, CPEP, prepared to go all the way if it does reach to the final court of appeal, the Privy Council, in terms of its position on this matter?
Most definitely. We have articulated to the population that there are several issues that we inherited as it relates to CPEP. I think the Commissioner of Police as well have been articulating some of the involvement in terms of criminality, utilizing of government contracts and so on to fund criminality. So as a crime preventing measure and in dismantling the criminal elements in terms of where the money is coming from and so on, separate and apart from the other issues that impact the company, most definitely this is a matter that we'll see to the end.
And following the judgment, in terms of the thousands of workers that are probably still waiting to hear about the restructured CPEP and getting back to work, what can you tell those workers in light of this particular judgment?
Sure. Most certainly, I have been speaking to this particular matter. It is a matter that I cannot address unilaterally, even though I'm the line minister for CPEP. It would be a government policy, a cabinet policy. Those are active discussions that are happening. But while that is happening, we are also looking at measures in which we can add additional support for those who may find themselves in some sort of difficulty, whether it is food support, social support, assistance with respect to school books, grants, etc., in terms of the timing in which this matter has been ventilated in the public space. So those are some areas that we are looking at, but in due course, we will share with the national community more on CPEP, URP, and reforestation.
You see how soon, just as you mentioned, the issue of assistance, further assistance, how soon that could happen, as now it's August and school is set to begin very soon, September.
I think I had mentioned to Akash earlier that I don't have a timeline on that just as yet, but it is something that we are actively pursuing.
Just one other thing, the referral to the DPP by the judge with regard to the matter adjudicated on CPEP in the High Court, does that affect the government's restructuring plan of CPEP?
No, I don't see that impacting on our restructuring plan in terms of that matter going forward. There will be areas in which the CPEP board and management will have to cooperate with the authorities, and that is why I made specific reference to also pursuing this with the Anti-Corruption Bureau and the Fraud Squad. So yes, most definitely we will cooperate where we need to. If you're speaking from an operational element, I don't see that happening in terms of having any sort of impact. One can operate independently of the other and also simultaneously.
I see that, Prasad. We have seen similar type investigations over the years take an eternity, sometimes decade, as in the case of for the court matter to proceed to conclusion in case of the airport, Piaco Airport investigation on court matters. Do you have an outer limit in terms of what sort of time frame you hope that the police can complete its investigation, a criminal investigation into this particular matter? Separate its time to deal with matters before it, but in terms of the actual investigation?
Well, I want to say this, today's judgment is historic. It's historic for a very specific reason. There have been few matters in this country where a high court judge in an instance like this, when an application was made for review on a decision taken by a state entity or state enterprise, where the learned judge herself as a judicial officer have now referred this matter to the DPP. It is not a case of coming out of an allegation or an investigation from the company itself. The judicial officer in making the determination with respect to adjudicating on this specific matter was the person who has referred this matter. In terms of timelines and so on, I am not a police officer, neither am I a judicial officer. And therefore, while we understand the constraints that they work within, what I can tell you is that as a line minister for CPEP, in terms of this being an issue that emanated out of CPEP, now going to the DPP and the Anti-Corruption Bureau and Fraud Squad, we will lend all our support to ensure that justice is seen and justice is done with respect to the matters identified by the learned judge. So I will not want to reflect in terms of timelines with respect to the TTPS or the judiciary, except to say that the government will do its part in terms of lending its immediate support and all of its support with respect to the investigations that will be conducted by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, the Fraud Squad, and ultimately the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions.
With respect to the $1.5 billion receivable,
you're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Anthony Wilson. I'm at the Guardian Media. The question is, everybody in cabinet can afford to pay more for electricity. Many people who are not in cabinet cannot. Would it not have been possible for the government to implement the rate increase for those who can pay based on their usage, but continue to subsidize those who use a little bit of electricity and therefore presumably cannot pay? Would that not have been possible?
Mr. Wilson, I'm not sure you understand how the RIC recommendations are made. It is made very specific. The government does not have direct involvement with respect to what you're speaking of in terms of a tiered approach or groupings, in terms of those who can afford and those who can't afford, etc. When the recommendations come to the cabinet, it is the cabinet to accept or the cabinet to reject. We can help to guide the process in terms of what the government policy is with respect to the RIC, but what you're speaking of would be for us to have a direct involvement to direct the RIC that there should be groupings or a tiered system.
Could the cabinet not have sent the recommendations back to the RIC with some guidance on what you referred to as a tiered approach?
Well, all things are available to the cabinet that we will take a look at. But in this specific instance, this matter was left to languish for the last 2 years. So I'm not so sure how much of the data remains relevant, how much of the discussions surrounding the pricing arrangement remains relevant. It is something that we will have to look at. It is not something we have totally discounted in terms of further down the road. And that's why we say at this time. However, in terms of what was before the last cabinet, we took a look at it, we did not agree with it, and we simply rejected it. So
Right, this mic is in great demand. This is good. Well, what it was, I actually wanted to jump on to Akash. He had a phrase which was US tariffs, and that reminded me of, well, new fees for the US regarding visas. So you want to go to the US, you have visa fee, then there was something called visa integrity fee, and now there's something called visa bond fee that's actually been imposed on Zambia and the good citizens of Malawi. So is this a concern at all of cabinet? You know, do we need to do more to keep on the good side of US? Do we need to get our citizens not to overstay their stay, you know, like do a publicity campaign or so? That'd be the first question. The second thing is that there was another court ruling today with a 15-year-old schoolgirl from, well, lower South Central Trinidad. I won't call the school's name. She was hit with a metal chair. She suffered 20% disability, and the learned judge found that there was, I think it just was Justice Kangaloo, found that the school really should have done more, that there had been signs that there had been previous incidents of this particular child being bullied by a particular another child, and it seemed that there were not enough precautions put in place and so on. Right now, I think the child has been awarded $250,000 for a 20% disability, permanent disability. So I guess the question would be, well, if cabinet would be aware of the ruling, and secondly, there's this legal term which is floodgates. If a liability becomes so common amongst persons, you know, can the state or whoever the culpable entity is can actually pay to all these damages. So I think that's a question there. Is it, I mean, it's kind of short notice to give. I know it's not your portfolio, it's Dr. Dowlath, but it's still something that, you know, one should be aware of. So those two questions, the US bond fee and the possibility of floodgates for children who are being bullied, as we say, this latest case, 250,000 roughly. Thank you.
Sure. With respect to the US, I would ask you to refer those questions to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I will be acting for the Minister of Foreign Affairs in a day or two. So maybe while I'm acting, you can refer those questions then. But except to say, the US continues to be a sovereign nation, and therefore they have all right with respect to border control and border security. And therefore, whatever complexion that takes in terms of the considerations that they make with respect to their own national security arrangements, financial implications, the issue of international terrorism, those are things that we also take notice of. But more than likely, the foreign minister will speak to that after deliberations and discussions, both on the trade issue and on the issue of US border control and the visa impositions as it relates to these bonds.
Good afternoon.
With respect to the education matter, Docs, that you speak with Dr. Dowlat on that, because really we have not seen the judgment. Most of us were in cabinet all day today, so we would not have seen the judgment, and therefore I would not want to be premature with respect to addressing those matters out of turn.
Good afternoon, Prior Bihari, AZP News. Just to follow up on Joel's question, the CPEP program, do we have an idea, what form it's going to take now, in terms of, would it be just, people we're going to cut grass? In Prime Minister said that Trinidad has become a nation of grass cutters. What sort of structure that CPEP would take now?
There are several recommendations that have been made to us, and those discussions are actively happening in terms of what the outlook of these programs will look like. And in light of that, it will be, again, premature of me to disclose what those discussions look like in terms of reformatting, repurposing these programs into a more sustainable job-creating system for us.
Cabinet has met here a few times, Diplomatic Center. Is it that it is now fit for occupation?
The Diplomatic Center, some work has been done to it. You would recall when we first came into office, there were challenges both at Whitehall and the Prime Minister's residence at Diplomatic Center. Since then, the traditional system has always been for UDCOT to be the line agency responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of both the Prime Minister's residence and Whitehall. When we came into office, there were a number of recommendations that were made to us by the Permanent Secretary and others with respect to the upkeep, maintenance, etc., that they were not very happy with in terms of the conditions, the functionality of these spaces. Over the last 2 months in particular, some work has started here at the Diplomatic Center, not at the residence. It's started here at the Diplomatic Center to make it more functional. There was a sewer system problem. I think the last time the media was here 2 weeks ago, you got the raw stench coming up to the stairs. I know the Express and TV6 journalists at that time kept asking, where was that smell coming from? And I think you experienced firsthand some of the challenges that we continue to experience here. But the work has started, and a lot of the work in the Diplomatic Center have been completed. There's some more that needs to be done. I don't believe that they have started any work on the residence or at Whitehall just as yet.
So where's the staff of the OPM now?
The staff of the OPM, there are several offices under the Office of the Prime Minister. I had mentioned when we first came into office that only the Permanent Secretary, the head of the Public Service, 2 assistants, and there's 1 office for the Prime Minister herself, and 1 office downstairs for any other minister who serves in the Office of the Prime Minister. Those are the offices that are available at Whitehall. The Cabinet Secretariat is in the basement. They have had to move because of flooding and mold. That continues to go unabated until we can have those matters rectified. But the Cabinet Secretariat, I believe, is in another facility. The Honorable Prime Minister has made arrangements for the Cabinet Secretariat, who are sharing office space at St. Clair, to be housed in a more comfortable facility, seeing that they will have to work extended hours, sometimes weekends, etc.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Often.
Environment, and the other operations in terms of archives, communications, etc., continue to operate out of St. Clair.
All right, thank you, Minister Padrat. If there's no more questions for Minister Padrat, we thank you. As we said, Cabinet is still going on, so Minister Padrat will be heading back to the Cabinet. And at this time, we'd like to ask the Minister of Health, Dr. Lakram Bodo, to join us.
Thank you, Nicholas. Good afternoon, members of the media. Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. I just want to bring to the attention of the population one matter in the health sector, and this is a matter regarding the Chronic Disease Assistance Program. And just to inform the population that following a review of the CEDAP program, that certain recommendations have been made with regards to changes and improvements, and those have been accepted by the Cabinet. So I am pleased to update the public on this matter that affects the lives of over 300,000 citizens on the CEDAP program. Just to indicate that, of course, since its establishment in 2003, CEDAP has served as a vital health equity mechanism, providing free, essential medication for chronic diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, asthma, and more recently, mental health. As of July 2025, CEDAP would have covered 11 chronic diseases, offers 52 pharmaceutical items, and operates through over 230 pharmacies, private pharmacies nationwide. Whilst we note CEDAP's success, we must also recognize its current challenges, including rising costs, outdated drug regimes, and gaps in diagnostic support. So the clinical landscape has evolved. CEDAP has been in existence since 2003, and therefore, so must we. So in line with the government's health reform program, as the Minister of Health, I commissioned a CEDAP review committee on June 5th, 2025, with a mandate to assess the program's clinical, operational, and financial performance. This committee, comprised of senior health policy and clinical experts, was tasked with aligning CEDAP with modern clinical practice and ensuring its long-term sustainability. So yes, CEDAP is here to stay. Their findings are clear. While CEDAP remains a crucial public good, its drug list must be updated, its diagnostics strengthened, and its structure modernized to reflect today's medical realities. So out of this review, allow me to highlight 5 key outcomes. The first is the rationalization of the drug list. So what the committee would have recommended is that outdated and clinically inferior medications are being replaced in some categories. And I can give you a couple of examples here. So for example, in the area of mental health, the drug sulpiridide is now being replaced by a drug by the name of risperidone, which is a more effective antipsychotic agent. In the area of cardiovascular disease, which is a common disease and condition, the drug simvastatin is now being replaced by a drug by the name of rosuvastatin. It's commonly called Crestor. So Crestor will now replace simvastatin, and this has been because it provides superior cardiovascular protection in terms of a lipid lowering drug. At the same time, in addition to the replacement of current drugs on the CEDAP program, the recommendation from the committee was to introduce this time additional medications. In this instance, is 2 medications, and the cabinet has accepted that recommendation, which will be to add a drug called clopidogrel, 75 milligram. The common name is Plavix, and a drug called losartan. The common name is Coza, 50 milligram. These additions to CEDAP are new, and of course they will offer protection in the area of cardiovascular disease. As some of you may know, the public will know, Plavix is a drug that thins the blood, and of course losartan is an antihypertensive. And these recommendations have been made based on clinical guidelines from the WHO and the United Kingdom's National Institute of Clinical Excellence. So that will be the rationalization of the drug list. The other issue, of course, will be the financial efficiency and the cost savings. So these, although we are intent on making changes, we are also looking at the cost effectiveness of these changes. And therefore, we anticipate that the total savings of over $4 million will be saved over the cycle of once CEDAP cycle, and this will be driven primarily by smarter drug selection and diagnostic procurement, and I'll come to that matter in a minute. The most significant saving, almost 70%, will come from replacing the current blood glucose monitoring system. How does government intend to do that? So currently, glucose strips cost the government approximately $1.15 per unit. Through a proposed government-to-government arrangement with the Republic of India, you'll recall the recent visit of Prime Minister Modi, at which an MOU was signed and would have included the ability of the government to access drugs from India, same high-quality drugs, but at a cheaper cost. So we have found that we can replace these strips that currently cost the government $1.15, and now we can acquire ISO certified, WHO pre-qualified strips at less than 34 cents per unit, delivering much better value. So I just want to make the point here because the question will be asked, of course, when the cost is reduced, whether the same quality is being offered to the public, and I want to give the assurance that the answer to that is yes. I also want to announce that coming out of this committee, there is a recommendation for something called CEDAP Plus initiative. And this is in recognition of the need for advanced treatments that is not covered under the current program. The ministry will develop a new initiative, and this will allow access to specialist prescribed medications, again delivered through private pharmacies, under regulated pricing agreements and at no direct cost to the government. The details of that program are yet to be ruled out. The committee is still working on this, and a full implementation proposal is expected to be brought to the cabinet by the end of the year. What are the other benefits of what has been done and recommended by the committee? We want to also look at enhanced rural access. Access to medication should not be determined by postcode. In this regard, we are removing the $68,000 technology entry costs previously required of pharmacies to join CEDAP. In 2018, the previous government had made a cabinet decision to charge new pharmacies wishing to engage in CEDAP a cost of $68,000 to get into the program. The cabinet has accepted a recommendation to remove that $68,000 cost. And what is going to happen going forward is that pharmacies will now be permitted to self-source the IT equipment, which will be in line with ministry specifications, whilst the ministry provides software support. In reality, this cost for new pharmacies wanting to enter the CEDAP program will be reduced from a charge of $68,000 to a figure that will be much, much less, because it is just the cost of the IT equipment, which, as we know, is now much cheaper. We're also looking at the area of strengthened diagnostics. Beyond the medications, CEDAP's diagnostic capabilities will also be enhanced through international cooperation, particularly with India. We aim to reduce costs and expand access to glucose testing, which is a critical need amongst our diabetic population. Additionally, we will work with private pharmacies to improve reporting, tracking, and inventory management, reducing wastage and improving patient outcomes. We have found that because of poor inventory management, that there is an issue of wastage and of drugs and so on, and of course at a cost to the taxpayer. So taken together, these reforms represent a shift from a drug distribution model to a patient outcome-driven platform, a model that is clinically current, cost-conscious, and operationally efficient. So we are not dismantling CEDAP, far from that. We are strengthening it with better medicine, greater access, and better outcomes for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So I want to close by thanking the members of the CEDAP Review Committee for their thorough and thoughtful work, and I recommit this government to the principles of universal health coverage, health equity, and sustainable reform. I am confident that the Chronic Disease Assistance Program is entering a new era, one that reflects the realities of modern medicine, the needs of our people, and the stewardship of public resources. I thank you, and I remain open to your questions.
Good afternoon, Dr. Budo. One of the issues with CEDAP is shortage over the years. You know, some people would have to get two or three drugs, and each month they cannot get one. Was that something the committee looked at, and has that been an issue over the years? And what are you going to do with it?
It certainly is an issue, and I thank you for that question because a lot of the issues when we speak of shortages really speak to what we call supply chain issues. What we have discovered is that there is a disconnect between the drugs that are purchased and stored at C40, and these drugs are purchased by NIPDEC, and the distribution not only to the pharmacies and the hospitals. As I speak here, I've asked for a report that was left in the Ministry of Health in 2015, which I discovered and was not actioned upon. And that was a study that looked at the supply chain issues. So I intend to have that report, revised because of the time difference, and look at a more current and more realistic way, real-time way of matching the demand with the supply. And that is what we've discovered is one of the main issues.
In terms of these strips, would it work with the machines people have now, or they have a changing machine to an extra
So
cost?
that's a very good question, and what we are looking is to ensure that the machines that are currently available, that the strips are compatible with those machines. But in the grand scheme of things, the technology has evolved to such an extent that the machines themselves have become more affordable. So even if it means changing a machine, it is really the consumables where you have to buy the strips, for a long period of time that really makes a difference. So it is not a major issue, and it can be dealt with if required.
And what is the cost of CEDAP per year?
I have some figures here, and I can share those with you. So if we look at the expenditure of CEDAP, and the figures I have would be from 2021. The total costs for 2021 would have been $48,354,472. For 2022, $52,684,987. For 2023, $54,405,810, $405,810, and for 2024, $53,609,584. And for financial 2025 to the present time, we've almost 40 million, just over 40 million has already been expended on CEDAP. So it is a considerable cost to the taxpayer.
Minister, good evening. You were there in Parliament last year when former Finance Minister Cominbert said it's proving quite difficult to finance the purchase of free pharmaceuticals. Now, you spoke about savings. You gave us some figures there. Can you tell us how much we anticipate now to save with these changes you've brought to CEDAP? For example, 53 million in 2024. How much are you looking to save now?
Well, as I mentioned, Akash, this measure that we're implementing will almost immediately save us $4 million. But of course, it is not only about saving. If you look at the health expenditure overall, in terms of expenditure, the average expenditure is about $7 billion. The total cost for drugs has climbed from about 600 million in 2015. And now when we look at the bills that have come before us, it is now close to maybe $1 billion. So you're looking at expenditure of close to $1 billion out of a budgetary allocation of $7 billion. Nothing is wrong with that, because the mainstay of the health sector really would be to pay doctors and nurses and workers, and of course to provide medication. The challenge we face, and this is something that we intend to deal with, is to ensure that expenditure provides values for money. So it is not about trying to cut expenditure, because medications are important. It is an essential part of treating patients. So I just wanted to put that in perspective. The expenditure on CEDAP is part of the overall expenditure by the government in terms of the procurement of what we call pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceutical items, which is the supply items that doctors and nurses require outside of medication.
The crowd at Napa today, some could see it as a reflection of how dire things may be in the public health system. Could you possibly give us an update on the central block at the Port of Spain General Hospital? When will we be able to put patients there? And also an update on the Couva Children's Hospital?
Certainly. So the central block at Port of Spain is currently still under the control of UDICOT. My information is that I can't give a completion date, but my information is that work is going on, and I intend to meet with UDICOT in the very near future and perhaps do a tour of that hospital to establish its state of readiness. At that time, I'll be able to provide a more accurate answer. Couva Hospital remains a very valuable asset to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. At this time, we are looking at all the options available to fully operationalize the Couva Hospital. It is quite worrisome at this point in time that there are no more than 20 to 25 patients occupying beds in the Couva Hospital, and that is a 230-bed hospital. So with the injection of some 500 beds when the central block is completed, it gives the government the option to look at the Couva Hospital. You will recall that part of the government's mandate in building the Couva Hospital was to look at it in terms of becoming a tertiary medical center, perhaps with the capability to earn forex, which is a much needed. So the government is looking at all the options at this point in time.
And finally, from me, with CPEP in transition right now, are you as a Minister of Health concerned about a possible rise in dengue cases due to some overgrown green spaces that may result from that transitionary period right now?
Well, I just want to say that in terms of dengue preparedness, that this government has taken a very proactive approach, and if I can just share with you and the population, I think it would be important for the population to understand what is happening in 2025 compared to 2024. The figures for 2024 at the end of July. So at the end of July last year, this time, there were 658 confirmed cases. I am happy to report, and this is, good news for us to some extent. It doesn't mean that we should, abandon the measures that we currently take. But at this point in time, if I look at the numbers, there are less than 40 reported cases of dengue at this point in time at the end of July. There were 19 deaths last year from dengue. So far, thankfully, we've had no deaths. But more than that, Akash, I wanted to mention in terms of this proactive approach, we've used a very collaborative approach. The Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government would have met a few weeks ago because
Wayfair presents TV stands. Tune into media centers in every style, all from just $99. Oh, look, it's our favorite show. Shop TV stands and more for way less.
But a lot of the confusion arose because there appeared to be a gap between the Ministry of Health's Insect Vector Control Division and the role of the local government bodies in terms of spraying and so on. So the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government and myself met together with a team of technocrats, and I'm happy to report that we actually have a document here produced which will deal with enhanced intersectoral collaboration in vector control efforts. But to come back to your question, in terms of the funding and so on, again, the government has to prioritize, and of course, the expenditure for the chemicals and so on that are required would be protected and provided. We've been given the assurance that those necessary supplies and so on are there. But what this will do is also enhance and make the process more efficient, so there's no overlapping of what would have happened last year, and that in itself will be a saving.
Minister, as you talked about the CEDAP program and the efforts to save money, I'm also wondering about other drugs, medications that would be dispensed by the public health sector for, say, more very serious issues, be it cancer treatment and things like that, if you have had a review of those types of medications.
Right. So it's a good question, Joel. So the CEDAP is one thing, of course, but the overall availability and cost of drugs is a big issue to the government. CEDAP was one of the campaign promises that we have delivered. Another promise was to review the national formulary with a view to, deciding which of the drugs that are effective, which ones that need to be replaced, which ones that need to be updated. You're quite right. Cancer care is quite expensive, and I might be speaking out of turn, but I do, and intend to bring to the cabinet a proposal, and I trust that it will be accepted, to try to ring fence in a way in the budget the cancer drugs. But we also are looking at the guidelines in terms of what are the most efficacious drugs. So of course that is something very much on the mind of the Ministry of Health and the government of Trinidad and Tobago.
There's another question from me with regard to just the issue of staffing at the nation's hospitals and so on. If you've had an opportunity to look at whether it's enough, whether to avoid issues of burnout, things like that among the nation's doctors and nurses coming out of the pandemic and going into periods where we've seen some increases in hospital admissions recently and so on. Is that something that you've been looking at as well?
Certainly. So what I would have done over the last 3 months since entering office is to ask for an update on the number of vacancies, the number of applications in terms of doctors and nurses. The figures I have, and ironically, is that there were applications to the RHAs, the 4 RHAs in Trinidad. Some 587 applications were made from doctors. For nurses, the vacancies, when we add up the RHAs, I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but it is close to some 1,800 vacancies for nurses. So there is a situation where we have vacancies for nurses, but we have an excess of doctors. So what I've done, and I just want to mention in the RHA boards are being installed. 3 of the 4 RHA boards in Trinidad have been installed, and one of their first tasks would be to look at the establishment in terms of doctors and nurses, the rationalization, and whether there is need to rearrange and so on. And of course, we are trying to find a way to engage some of those unemployed doctors, and we're exploring all options. But one of my priority and the government's priority would, of course, to fill those nursing vacancies. I'm hoping to get increased budgetary allocation in the coming budget, but again, it will all depend on what the financial situation of the government will be.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good evening, Minister Sonolala, TTT News. Just 2 questions for me. You mentioned the RHA boards, 3 or 4 have been installed. Could you say which one is still outstanding?
Right. So the 3 boards that have been installed would be the SWRHA board, the ERHA board, and the NWRHA board. The outstanding board would be the NCRHA board.
And secondly, for me, Minister in the Ministry of Health, Dr. Richard Cicheran, he mentioned recently that yourself and him went to Scarborough General Hospital to assess the readiness of the cath lab across there. How further along are you with that? And he also mentioned to the possibility of installing cath labs, I believe, at the Central Block in Port of Spain, ERHA and otherwise.
Yeah, so the issue of cardiovascular disease remains a major concern to citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and cardiac disease, untreated or untimely treatment of cardiac disease is a major cause of mortality in our population. You will recall in 2011, the then government, led by Kamla Prasad Bisesa, would have ensured the completion of the Scarborough Hospital. A part of that hospital included a cardiac catheterization lab. So that is a special piece of equipment that allows you to do what's called an angiogram. So when someone gets a heart attack, of course, it can determine the extent of the block and what treatment is required. Usually it's either a stent or what is called open heart or coronary artery bypass surgery. So that what we discovered is that that lab had stopped functioning, and therefore we took the opportunity to visit the lab because of course the people of Tobago deserve the same kind of care as the people of Trinidad. And we're happy to report that this equipment seems to be in fairly good condition, but of course we've asked for a formal update in terms of the state of readiness of that equipment. With regards to Trinidad, the government did indicate that cath labs will be a priority. Right now, we are in the process of trying to establish a cath lab at San Fernando. As you know, that was promised by our government in 2014 when the government changed. It never happened. So for the last 10 years, it hasn't happened. So that will be our first priority. And there are also 2 cath labs at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, which we have found is underutilized. So the idea would be to optimize the use of those cath labs in the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, and of course to go forward to provide a cath lab at the San Fernando Hospital, which will serve the population at this time of the South. And as we go forward, we'll decide, going forward, where else would require cath labs.
One of the major cause of mortality, apart from cardiovascular, is cancer in Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, to my best knowledge, has the ministry done any sort of investigation or any sort of study or research into what might be some of the major cause of high rates of cancer in Trinidad and Tobago? 1, 2, could you give an update on the oncology center that was supposed to have been built at Eric Williams generations ago?
Yeah, so thank you for those questions. The answer to the first really is that there is a national cancer registry, which has been based at Mount Hope. It is tasked with collecting data, the same type of data that you're inquiring about. I have asked for that registry to be moved from Mount Hope and to be centralized in the ministry, so that at the ministry, we'll have a greater idea of what is happening. It remains one of the top causes of mortality. I can tell you that, breast cancer is prevalent, prostate cancer in men, and so on. So collection of data is important. In terms of the oncology center, right now there are 2 facilities where cancer is treated. One at St. James, the National Cancer Center in St. James, and recently we've had the cancer center in the south moved from the San Fernando Hospital. This is now at the Augustus Long Hospital. But those 2 facilities may not be sufficient or adequate to treat with the volume of disease burden that we have in this country. And the plans are still there to look at the restarting of the National Oncology Center. So that is still very much on the books. Again, it's a big project, and again, it comes to the issue of funding, but it has not come off our radar.
Just 2 quick questions. One, in terms of an organ bank in Trinidad and Tobago, does the government have any policy direction it would like to take in that regard for organs, like persons who might have had untimely passing, where their parents or next of kin or whoever can give permission for their organs to be used for transplant and so on? 1, 2, in terms of you spoke about supply chain, the distribution, inventory, and the supply and demand issues pertaining to CEDAP. One of the issues still seem to be where the drugs are being intercepted somewhere whenever they reach these at least at the public health centers. When they reach those places, they are simply not available. That's been intercepted by someone, or what system has been put in place to monitor that situation, to make sure that no one is pilfering the drugs, and what sort of penalties are in place so that anyone found guilty of so doing can be penalized?
Yeah. So there is certainly a system in place. The question is whether this system is working. And that is the reason I mentioned that, the Ministry of Health and I as the minister, I'm going to again have a look at that report, which was done and left on the shelf for the last 10 years, in terms of how we can strengthen exactly what you are talking about, the supply chain and the distribution. So that is something that we are taking seriously. There have been allegations of that. I understand what you're saying. But there are systems in place. Whether they are working is another matter, and that is something I intend to address. With regards to organ donation, it's a very, very good point. And there is something called the National Organ Transplantation Unit, which again needs strengthening. For the past 10 years, it really has not worked as it should. And especially in regards to kidney transplants, we have so many patients on kidney dialysis in this country, and the ultimate treatment for someone who is suffering from chronic renal disease is a kidney transplant. So again, it is the intention of the government to try and strengthen and better resource the National Organ Transplant Unit. It may come as news to you, but there is a donor card. I don't know if you have had one, but in 2012, 2013, I actually have a donor card. Then Minister Fuad Khan would have launched a donor card. But again, there needs to be a lot more public education in terms of, and a culture shift in terms of, getting that kind of arrangement and possible. So on the government side, we have to provide the resources. It's something that has to be ready and available 24/7. And of course, the population has to be aware that when somebody, especially younger persons, have an untimely demise, that those organs can be harvested. So it's a good issue, and I give you the assurance that is something on our agenda as well. There's so much on the agenda. There's only 3 months going.
Doctor, can you elaborate a little more on whether we have excess of doctors and a short supply of nurses? I mean, I ask that because sometimes we get complaints. Someone goes to the health center and there's not a doctor, there's somebody to dispense the drugs. Can you elaborate a little more, on what is the HR position of the ministry?
Sure.
And
Well,
RHAs?
I'm not sure if I use an excess of doctors, maybe I should retract that term and perhaps use the term, the allocation of doctors. The fact that 587 doctors are unemployed does not mean that there is not need for doctors. So that is the reason I've asked the boards now to look at where these doctors can be deployed. You're making a good point. Sometimes you go to the health centers and there's one doctor trying to see 100 patients. So there might be a role to fit these doctors in the primary care system. So whatever is required to make that proper alignment and reallocation is being looked at.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Bodo. This time we'll excuse Dr. Bodo, who was to return to cabinet. We'd like to invite now the Honorable Senator Dominic Smith, Minister of Public Administration and AI.
Thank you, Nicholas, for the introduction. Good afternoon to members of the media and, of course, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Today, I want to speak a bit about, firstly, the mandate that we have at the Ministry of Public Admin and Artificial Intelligence. When this ministry was formed, it envisioned a combination of a functioning public service, a service that meets and treats with the citizens directly, and also the evolution that has taken place all over the globe. And we as Trinidadians, we cannot be left behind. We must create our own paths. And so through our manifesto and through the guidance of our leader and the Prime Minister, this ministry was formed. And one of the mandates that we had coming post-election was really, how do we, one, digitize and transform government services? And secondly, how do we really craft and create, with intention, a digital society? A society that, one, can treat with the movement of technology and the fast pace of technology, and also train and upskill our citizens to be ready for that marketplace. And so that is quite a challenge, as many of you can imagine. And one of the things that we needed to do is really come to terms with where we're at. And the truth is that we are far behind on legislation as it relates to technology. The truth is that we are far behind on infrastructure as it relates to Internet of Things, spectrum, fiber, and all of the emerging technologies. And so we have to be very intentional in the way in which we adopt and use technology, but also one of the main priorities for us was not just acting in a vacuum. It was engaging in consultation with the public, engaging in consultation with stakeholders, and seeing what it is people wanted and where were their pain points. So today, I wanted to bring a brief report on one of those solutions that have recently come out of the Ministry of Public Admin and AI in collaboration with iGovTT. And many of you may have seen some of the news. Well, I mean, you're part of the media, so I'm sure you would have been going through the through and fro's. Anansi is a product of the initiative of the government. And so Anansi essentially is Trinidad's first AI-driven digital assistant. And what does this really tackle? Well, we've all had that experience where we want to find information, we want to access information, and for whatever reason, we're unable to do so. And maybe we take an hour, maybe we take 5 minutes, but essentially we take so much time trying to find available information. And then after we found one particular source, we're then directed to multiple sources. And truth and in fact, there's a level of frustration when it comes to accessing public information and certainly government-based information. And Anansi was created essentially to service that particular pain point. Why an AI-based assistant? Well, we wanted to utilize emerging technology, and we wanted to always use artificial intelligence as a channel for growth and transformation. And so with iGovTT, we embarked upon.
At Five Guys, you can pick as many mix-ins as you want. Can y'all hear me? From peanut butter.
And this allows every citizen to go on to ttconnect.gov.tt/Anansi and ask your questions, be it immigration related, be it how can I renew my driver's license, be it where can I find a form as it relates to birth certificates, any information that is available throughout the internet based on public information. Anansi has now accessed that information, and we've now consolidated that information into one space. And that solves one problem. The second challenge is, how do we create or use technology that is nuanced and that serves the cultural context of the society in which we're a part of? Yes, technology is leapfrogging. Yes, it's changing daily, but we must take into consideration how we as Trinis and Tobagonians use technology. And so the concept itself of Anansi, it really came from, as many of you might know, the West African folklore character. And that person really was meant or seen as a bringer of knowledge. So we thought it quite fitting that not only we bring the technology, but we also utilize something that is true to us, something that is characteristic of our nature, and something that certainly drives and promotes our cultural heritage. So Anansi was born, and it's something that the Ministry of Public Admin and Artificial Intelligence is quite proud of, given the short time frame that we've been able to do that. And this is one of the cornerstones of some of the services that we'll be bringing to the public. This is the first of assist persons both in the public sector, but also citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Because as a government, we recognize that we have two customers. We have to nurture and encourage and grow and reskill and retool our public servants. But we must also allow for public services, forward-facing services, to meet the persons that is intended to support, which is the citizenry. So how have we then utilized and encouraged the participation? Well, part of the architecture of the technology was also using human intelligence. So we call it AI and HI. So we've used artificial intelligence and we've used human intelligence to sort of make a hybrid of an approach where we take into consideration both forms. And so again, that gives you the cultural nuances and it gives you the context of Trinbagonians, where we use the technology, but we fit the technology to our purposes. So a couple details about the solution. We fed into the AI structural content. We did some technical configuration. And of course, we've been testing and refining. And not only did we just bring the solution to the national public, we also did some sample surveying with iGovTT to make sure that the logo and the brand represented emerging technology, but also treated to our cultural context. We also looked at the name, and we did some sample surveys to ensure that the public, in fact, liked the name. It was something that was appreciated. And I think overall, the response has been quite overwhelming. To date, as at this afternoon, 4:45 p.m., we've already had uptime of 100%. on the application. We've had over 3,000 visits in the last 24 plus hours. Of those visits, we've had around 635 requests from citizens, just like you, just like me, trying to find information that typically was inaccessible and unavailable, and was quite frankly a frustration on your time. And so this is an attempt to give you back time which can be used for other productive services. In addition to that, we've had 79 pushes to live agents in the form of tickets. So in an event that the AI cannot answer a question, you can generate a ticket, it will be pushed to a live agent, and that live agent will respond. In the event that the live agent cannot respond, those questions are then pushed to the relevant ministries, and an answer will be proffered in a timely fashion. So we're building towards how can we make Trinidad more efficient, how can we serve the public in a transparent manner, and how can we most importantly utilize the technology for the redound of the citizens. Many times we've had ministries where a lot of money is being spent, and unfortunately, the citizens aren't aware of how they benefit. And the focus of MPA and AI, one of the focuses, I should say, is really to ensure that the public understands where their money is being spent, what technology is being utilized, and how can they directly benefit from their tax dollars. And so I think this is the first step in what we consider many, many sprints of technology that will be used to increase efficiency in the public service, generate real results for the citizens, and demonstrate a commitment by the government and by the leadership to including citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago into the conversation as it relates to technology. One other thing I want to say is that the satisfaction of the citizen is of high importance. We've also included in the technology a sort of customer satisfaction rating. And so at the end of your session, you can rate the application. It's a very transparent process. At the moment, I know it's only 2 days, but we are at 93% satisfaction, which I think in any solution across the world is quite good. It's left to be said what the coming months will show, but I would encourage the citizens to utilize the technology. This is our attempt to amplify its use, make the public aware that it is available, ask your questions, an answer will be proffered, and it's based again on information that is in Trinidad and Tobago, so it's contextual. And I think it will serve many persons who are looking for information, starved of information, and want the government to answer critical questions. We have intentions in the Ministry of Public Admin and AI to integrate with several other ministries. We're in the process of having conversations with all of the ministers when it speaks to technology. How can we now utilize technology in a way that what we term buy once, consolidate, and share many times? We think that there's quite a number of cost savings that can be actualized from this approach. And we've already started collaborating with many of my fellow ministers. I know my fellow colleague has some other initiatives that he will speak to as well, which we've also collaborated on and spoken about. And so I can say to the public that you have many, many good things coming your way. This year is really just to report on an initial initiative, but we see so many technologies that are emerging, and the government is working on your behalf to partner with best in class and to bring real intentional solutions to the public. So thank you for your time, and I'll welcome any questions.
You are introducing technology into a public service built on paper, files upon files, vaults of files all over. It must be a culture shock. How are you going to deal with that?
Well, I think yes, it is a culture shock. I agree with you, but it's a necessary shock. Change has to happen. I think the Prime Minister has made it clear that we will not do business as usual. We will challenge the norm, and we will make the hard decisions. And I think once the citizens are aligned and we are transparent in our process, citizens will also recognize that it's important that we embark on this journey, not in a silo, but together. And so we have always been pro listening versus action, right? We're listening first, and then we're taking action based on the conversation that we're having with citizens. So, and the approach is the same. Digitization is something that is necessary. It has to happen. I think once people are bought in to the benefits of digitization, then we'll have that participation. But to answer your question specifically as well, the public sector and public servants are also quite aware that they have to upgrade their skills, they have to retool, they have to be prepared for the world of work. Otherwise, we'll all be left behind. And we, as a country, we have always been the lighthouse of the Caribbean. We have always spearheaded technology. And so we must take up the mantle and do exactly that. And it's not a conversation for the weak, it's a conversation for the strong, but we are a very resilient people. So I see a bright future ahead of us.
When a new Apple technology is introduced into the public service, they usually complain that it is not user friendly, and the other issue, always crashes, because of a number of people trying to access it. Are you dealing with that situation?
Well, I think every IT professional, when they launch a solution, you must do some quality assurance and testing. So we have taken that approach. Certainly, it's not a perfect solution, and that's why you have the agile methodology, which means that you're flexible and that you will change and adapt based on feedback. So it's not a perfect solution even now, but it can be and it can improve, and that's what we're committed to doing in the ministry, to listen to feedback, to assess, and then to make improvements along the journey.
Is one of the challenges you face, Minister, the issue of seeking the further implementation of AI in the public service while addressing the issue of concerns with regard to the preservation of jobs, because for many that's the concern that the more the society depends on AI, there's the issue of the impact on the workforce, and for you in particular with regard to the public service.
Yeah, I think one thing we need to recognize as a nation is that we are not alone in this journey. AI is affecting many industries. It's affecting the world of work. It's affecting manufacturing. Think about a sector. It's affecting it. How do we cope with that? How do we meet that? The point is that we can't pretend that it doesn't exist. So the first instance is yes. There's an anxiety when there is a lack of knowledge, right? When there is an asymmetric information, people are fearful. And so the first priority of the government is to provide the information so that people understand that this is not about replacement. This is about continuity. This is about augmentation. This is about saying, hey, how can you also be part of this industry, part of the process, and part of the success of it as well? I like to think about two things when looking at technology. The Industrial Revolution, that happened. In that time as well, people were fearful. But the Industrial Revolution was a catalyst for the creation of hundreds of thousands of jobs. So we must not be fearful of technology. We must meet it full on. We must be able to adapt and change, and that will redound to our sustainability as a nation. So I say to them, don't be fearful. The government is committed to retraining, upskilling, utilizing the technology in a way that it benefits the public service. In fact, the cost savings alone that will come from the use of the technology will allow more jobs to be created internally in the public sector. It will allow more traditional jobs, which are no longer needed, to then be phased out, and improvements in terms of the access of opportunities within the public service. So certainly our approach is inclusion. Certainly our approach is knowledge transfer, and certainly our approach is we're not leaving anyone behind. We're all doing this together.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Yeah, I would say our approach is similar to many nations that embark upon digital transformation. When we look at the societies that have been successful, you're looking at countries like the UAE, you're looking at Singapore, you're looking at the Estonian model. These are countries that have taken artificial intelligence and transformed their economy, has transformed their society, and transformed their public service. And our approach can't be any different. There will be nuances in terms of implementation because we have to consider the cultural context. We have to consider that Trinidad is a unique place. But at the same time, once we establish what those benchmarks are and those guiding principles, which the government is committed to doing, then we can see how can we access knowledge, how can we access the transfer of information from maybe government to government relationships, how can we access that information from subject matter experts. And I think one thing that we're committed to doing, and we have been doing as well, is exploring who wants to provide information. We've always been open to listening to experts. We've always been open to, as you can see, treating with government to government partners. And we want to learn as much as we can also offer. So I think that is the approach. In terms of the procurement, etc., I think we have sufficient systems to maintain and operate and do the administrative piece. And our concern is not necessarily about that. It's more about when we do decide to embark upon this journey, we do it in the correct way. We do best in class. Because the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago have to pay for these services, and they must get the best bang for buck.
See that, let's go to Akash because we have to get to Minister Zakur now. So it is over.
Yeah, just very quickly.
Akash was next. After that, we'll put Akash and go to Minister Zakur straight after.
Thank you. I'll just be really quick. Did you mention if this will be a standalone app like Gemini or ChatGPT that people could download on the Play Store or something like that?
Well, for now, this is the first version of many versions. So we plan to add additional, let's say, variations of the application. You'd realize now it's not voice command at the moment, it's text-based. So the next transition would be how do we integrate voice? How do we maybe integrate an avatar that can be used? How do we partner with the Ministry of Education? How can we utilize this technology across many MDAs? So a big point of this is that this is a starting place. It's a historic point because this is the first AI-based initiative that Trinidad and Tobago has embarked upon, but it's certainly the start of the journey, not the end of the journey. And I look forward to bringing many more of these type of solutions to the public and via the media.
And you said you tested it and you trust it, right?
I mean, everything, I don't want to put my head on a block because, as you know, technology fails as well at times. But it's not about the failure. It's about how do you pick up the pieces after.
Because you named it Nancy, a notorious trickster, right? So how do I trust Nancy?
Well, I mean, again, the name comes from our cultural folklore, It's either you love our culture, you don't, right? You don't get to pick and choose.
Thank you.
Just one.
No, see that we have to go to Minister Zakur now. So Minister Smith. See that we have Dr. Dominic. Thank you so much. We now move on to Minister Smith. Thank you to Minister Zakur. Let us welcome Minister Zakur, the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation. We know this is one of the longest press briefings, but again, the government has a lot to account for you, a lot of achievements.
Thank you, MP Morris. Good evening, members of the media, the viewing and listening public. I have 3 announcements I'll be making this evening. Under the purview of the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, the licensing division, among other things, is responsible for the registration of all vehicles intending to be operated on the nation's roadways. At the time of registration, vehicle owners are provided with a certified extract, which details the vehicle's biodata, consisting of information such as owner, make, model, color, year, country of manufacture. At any point after registration, any member of the public, inclusive of the vehicle's owners or organizations, can apply for a certified copy in person at a cost of $100. I am happy to announce that next week we'll be launching a new online certified copy system where persons could go online, pay, and receive their certified copy in the mail. Applicants of the online system will have 2 choices: collecting at TT Connect locations throughout the country or delivery to the home or office. The cost is as follows. Delivery to TT Connect locations will be $130.77. A further breakdown: certified copy $100, TT post fee $27, and a bank and convenience fee $3.77. Delivery to home or office $158.99. That'll be $100 for the copy, $55 for the TT post fee, and $3.99 for the convenience and the bank fee. Delivery time will be 3 working days in Trinidad and roughly 4 working days for Tobago. This will go online next week. A press release will come out in a few days. Second announcement, because I know we're out of time. Second announcement, later this month, the ministry is going to launch its new online traffic payment system where persons could pay their fixed penalty tickets online via scanning the QR code on a fixed penalty ticket, which will take you to the portal, or going on to the website. As you are aware, persons paying now has to go to one of the TT Post locations. There will be a fee of $2.75 bank fee and 0.8% value of the ticket. My last announcement for this evening, the PTSC Transit Depot in Chaguanas will be officially reopened on Monday, August 11th, 2025, as part of our ongoing efforts to improve operational efficiency and enhance service delivery to the traveling public. At present, the facility operates as a transit hub, which places a number of limitations on PTSC's ability to provide consistent and responsive service to the Chaguanas community and the surrounding areas. Currently, buses assigned to serve this region are not stationed on site and must travel daily from various locations, resulting in unnecessary delays, increased operational costs, and a lack of flexibility in response to local demand. In addition, the site lacks the necessary infrastructure to support full depot functionality. There is no mechanical or maintenance personnel on location. As a result, when mechanical issues arise, staff must be dispatched from other regions, or in some cases, the affected bus or buses must be relocated to other depots for servicing. This creates further delays and limits the reliability of service for commuters. The reopening of the Chaguanas Transit Depot as a fully operational depot will address these challenges. Buses will now be stationed on site, supported by a dedicated maintenance team, enabling quicker turnaround for repairs and better overall fleet management. This development will improve the efficiency, reliability, and responsiveness of PTSC services in central Trinidad, while also creating a more stable base of operations for PTSC staff. This is a meaningful step towards restoring quality public transportation service in Chaguanas and underscores the ministry's continued commitment to providing access to safe, reliable, and efficient transport for all. Thank you. I will welcome any questions.
As you mentioned, PTSC and the transit depot in Chaguanas, are there other such facilities in the system that you're also looking at in terms of any need for upgrading and so on?
All the transport depots within the PTSC system needs addressing. They have been neglected for the past 10 years. I viewed the Chaguanas facility this morning with the Member of Parliament for Chaguanas West, Dr. Neil Gosain, and it is ready to be reopened on Monday. Tomorrow, I'll be visiting again the San Fernando Depot as well as the Point Fortin Depot to address the issues there.
In terms of the bus fleet, there was the former government that talked about the acquisition of electric or EV buses and so on, and new buses generally. Is that something you've had a chance to look at and review?
Yes. We are looking at it now. Currently, PTSC only has roughly about 100 buses. In the last several years, 71 PTSC routes were discontinued because of lack of buses. So currently, we are right now reviewing all the PTSC routes. Currently, there's 79 approved routes and 71 that were discontinued. Currently, the fleet is aged. It's an aged fleet, and we are looking at adding buses to the fleet currently.
Just one other question for me, sir. With regard to the online system you announced for the certified copies and so on, is it going to be a mix where persons can do it online, but they can?
My kidney disease was genetics all along. I always think about the generations that are coming behind us and how
this came online some time ago, so persons could go to the various license offices over the counter. They could utilize the kiosk or online, which I didn't mention you will pay right now by credit card. We are exploring other ways of paying online as well.
Any words on the PTSC boards and the film card board?
No. Currently, those boards have not been put in place.
When you're speaking about the fees to pay the fixed penalty, was it 0.8 or is it 0.8?
0.8% of the value.
That's
Is the
80%?
the bank fee? Yes.
That's 80%.
No, 0.8%.
Oh, 0.8%.
Yes, of the value.
Of the value. Okay.
Which is the bank's fee, sir.
Okay, understand.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a marathon session. Thank you for joining us. Marathon session because it reflects the government's number of achievements and work for the country. So again, on behalf of the government, we thank you very much for joining us today. Reach home safely and thank you.
The apple of thine eye, hide me under the shadow of thy wing, O Lord, my Savior. It's so hard to deal with personal struggle. It's so sad when you feel alone in your trouble. It's real hard when you want to talk to a brother. It's so bad because of how some look at you after. So Jesus, come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Cover my head. Satan want me dead. Cover my back from human attack. So Jesus, come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it, Jesus. Come and be while you fix it, Jesus. Come and be. People see you smile, but don't know the hurt that you're feeling. Even as God's child, at times your heart does be bleeding. Where can you go when you're really looking for healing? Who know how to flow when your soul needs some restoring? So Jesus, come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Cover me home from evils unknown. Cover my feet so I'll never retreat. Oh Lord, come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Cover my brother, cover my sister, them who under pressure. Cover the preacher, every church worker, the young believer. Cover the worship leader and intercessor, every gospel minister. Cover. Jesus alone is the one who has the real answer. The one on the throne is the true and loving Father. He will hold your hand and keep you from going under. He will make you stand and let you know he's a fixer. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, come and be. Cover my mind. You know the struggle sometimes. Cover my mouth, that the wrong thing wouldn't come out. Oh Lord, cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it, Jesus, cover me. Cover the Christian in the midst of aggression with the power of your right hand. Jesus, cover, cover, cover them helpless children. Jesus, defend them. Send help from heaven. Jesus, cover, cover, cover all them radio stations that blessing the nation. Grant divine protection. Jesus, cover, 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 cover me, cover me, cover me.
Truer words were never spoken. The less you associate with some people, the more your life will improve. Anytime you tolerate mediocrity in others, it increases your mediocrity. An important attribute in successful people is their impatience with negative thinking and negative acting people. As you grow, your associates will change. Some of your friends will not want you to go on. They will want you to stay where they are. Friends that don't help you climb will want you to crawl. Your friends will stretch your vision or choke your dream. Those that don't increase you will eventually decrease you. Consider this. Never receive counsel from unproductive people. Never discuss your problems with someone incapable of contributing to the solution, because those who never succeed themselves are always first to tell you how. Not everyone has a right to speak into your life. You are certain to get the worst of the bargain when you exchange ideas with the wrong person. Don't follow anyone who's not going anywhere. With some people you spend an evening. With others, you invest it. Be careful where you stop to inquire for directions along the road of life. Wise is the person who fortifies his life with the right friendships. If you run with wolves, you will learn how to howl. But if you associate with eagles, you will learn how to soar to great heights. A mirror reflects a man's face, but what he is really like is shown by the kind of friends he chooses. The simple but true fact of life is that you become like those with whom you closely associate, for the good and the bad. Note, be not mistaken. This is applicable to family as well as friends. Yes, do love, appreciate, and be thankful for your family, for they will always be your family, no matter what. Just know that they are human first, and though they are family to you, they may be a friend to someone else and will fit somewhere in the criteria above. In prosperity, our friends know us. In adversity, we know our friends. Never make someone a priority when you are only an option for them. If you are going to achieve excellence in big things, you develop the habit in little matters. Excellence is not an exception. It is a prevailing attitude.
Let me say a special hello to all the WZYE 95.9 FM listeners, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. That's every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Folks, we're going to go straight into the show tonight after we had that post-cabinet briefing. So let me bring in my pal, the young man himself. You want to know the man they call Uncle Tommy. Tommy, how you going?
Quite good. And yourself today?
Today's a splendid first day. Yeah, today was a great day. Great day.
Good news. That's great news.
Yeah. I can't complain at all. Today, of course, you know, I did my 5 miles. So, and once I get my 5 miles in, you know.
You got your fix.
I got my fix. Put it that way. I got my fix. Yeah. So Tommy, first in the village tonight was Batman.
Batman ain't doing bad at all, because I realized at the last session he had tied for first with who?
No, he was first in the last session.
He was second, but he But the time was the same as the person who was first.
But no, man, he was a minute. You sure about that?
I thought when I looked at them, I saw they had both at the same time.
So what are you saying? Batman on a 2-win streak?
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe I'm not right.
Okay, no. I go with that. I'll go with that. So
we didn't really get to address the chat properly at the last session.
right. Okay. So Batman on a hat trick then. What are you saying?
No, you're not two-peat.
No, because if he come first again Sunday, that's a hat trick.
If he comes in on that, if he comes in on Sunday first,
right? If he comes Sunday first, that's a hat trick, right?
He's on his way to a hat trick.
He's on his way to a hat trick. What is your odds? What's your odds? All right, let me play this. You're walling, you're Toming, or you're Tom out on him getting the hat trick.
Knowing the people in our chat in the ZYE chat, I'll give him 50%.
Tommy, nah, you're waffling there, man.
Yeah, because
I have no phone and do not disturb. Sorry about that.
But I know our in our chat the way the people operate. The fact that he's poised for a hat trick.
And hold on.
Would diminish the chances of him getting it.
Defender, welcome.
Blessed evening, Uncle Tommy. I'm Professor Wall Street.
Blessed evening.
Same to you, Defender.
First thing, let me start on this chat before I go into my fire. Wall Street, you have to reform this chat. Here why?
Why?
It have a lot of voter padding. Wall Street, you have to post that chat at a specific, reasonable time where everybody can have a try to see who genuine. Because you have what people do in Wall Street. As you post it, they just go in the chat and come back out. So that don't have no fairness in it, because sometimes I want to try to see if I can reach it early too. But these people like to say, no, waiting for your chat to come in. So you have to do some kind of reform to this. But anyway, Wall Street today in Trinidad and Tobago, I think is a history in the making, one. And two, the people of Trinidad and Tobago could smile and say, this government is really for the people. I know I always want you to line up my applause before I start.
Correct. Yeah,
I am thanking this learned judge today for listening to the cries, especially of me and of the population of Trinidad and Tobago, and demanding that CPEP files go not to the police service, to the DPP. That is so commendable today in Trinidad and Tobago. And two, Wall Street and Uncle Tommy, PNM wasn't in charge of the country for the last 10 years.
You don't look so.
Marvelous Marva. Coming to ask the government, what about that $7 billion debt to NGC? What should we make up? Who run that debt up?
Imagine that. You in power.
Oh my God.
You in power for 9 to 10 years, right? A government comes in power for 3 months, and you come in to ask them,
and you couldn't do it in 10.
You come in to ask them, what about that debt that we ran up?
So what shit? You can't make this up, you know. What shit? You cannot make this up. Really and truly, I really believe that's like somebody asked me today, what should PNM like what should you know what PNM should I do with our CPEP? Do that craziness and hoping that it win to fix it, you know. As I told the person today, go ahead.
But Defender, but that is not the company is now fella. What does call him short? A short man? It's not his company.
Yeah.
What listed in
You want to use the Benz?
Eh?
You want to use the Benz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not his company?
Yeah. Himself.
Okay.
But Wall Street, I'm telling you. PNM people, some of the PNM hierarchy and PNM loyalists really thought they were going to win the election.
Yeah.
And today, I am convinced that they thought that they wasn't there for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Because Wall Street. And I love what Mr. Pereira said today. PNM was trying to make the population pay that bill, you know?
Exactly, and they still are.
Yeah.
If you listen to what Marvelous said.
Government. So that we pay that bill, you know?
Yeah.
But
And
I
it's,
like Mr.
and it's,
today. Huh?
Hold on, go ahead, Tommy. Hold on, defender. Tommy, go ahead.
What Marvelous was doing was implying that Pararat needs to raise the electricity rate to make us pay that bill right away.
Exactly, Uncle Tommy. But what they wasn't telling the people, the public, is that the debt was 100% government.
Yeah. Correct.
So Barry Parra putting them in the place today on record. We are not letting the population pay that debt.
Exactly.
That didn't happen last 2 days. That didn't happen last 2 months. That didn't accumulate last 2 years. It's accumulation of not paying NGC, paying TNTech in turn, TNTech not paying NGC. That bill rock up to $1.something billion.
Yep.
So I want to thank my government again today because Wall Street here's the talk on the ground, that the government ain't do nothing for we. But you know, if you really talk, the government ain't do nothing for individual people. So people saying the cost. But Wall Street, every day, the government is coming up with something to benefit the whole entire country.
Correct. Correct.
Everybody wins.
I want something for myself, so I vex. You want something for yourself, Wall Street, so you vex too.
Yeah.
So tonight again, I want to thank my and what should you remember? I'm going after this, but I'll keep going. What should you remember when PNM was in power? We had to pick and choose what bacchanal we had to what do we where did they come?
Yeah.
Every day we had to choose what bacchanal to pick.
Correct.
What should you know we had to pick what congratulations, no we had to congratulate the government.
Yeah. Correct.
So enjoy your night, Uncle Tom and Wall Street. I'll be back in later on.
All right, man. Bless.
Thank you. Same to you, Defender. And thanks for your call.
I mean, you see why? It is.
Yeah, we have Marva. Like you want to twist their hand to force them to raise the rates.
Yeah. Because that is what they was going to do. You understand?
Yep.
That is what KFC welcome. Oh, that's what they was going to do. KFC.
Hi, good night, Mr. Washington, Uncle Tommy, man.
Good night, man. What's up, man?
You, KFC.
We had a bit, and was it hot? It's so evil and wicked and heartless, the PNM. Them don't like poor people, you know?
Nah, them don't like poor people.
They want the poor black people who they put a sign up for with the CPEP and the European and the forestry to pay that debt, you know, Mr. Wall Street.
Oh, you mean?
Absolutely.
Oh, you mean? You know, when we say PNM don't like poor black disadvantaged people, listen, it's our poor Indians too, but there are more poor black disadvantaged people under the PNM than ever.
True.
And all the PNM want to do.
Support black people in East West Corridor, them are the PNM in power. Them still consent voting PNM.
Correct. And listen, what make it harder? Them poor people, one pocket have a hole in it. The two back pocket, there are no two back pocket. There are no back pocket. And the other pocket, right, have little holes in it. And the PNM still want to go in them people's pocket and take out money.
Yeah, for last time they tell me to tight to me, but we know the government, we too greedy, we double depend. You see, we can go to sleep when I start watch shit.
Yeah.
Then, so, don't forget to call about, you know, PNM, Calsonium, Crocro.
Yeah.
That the man?
I the man. Yeah.
I the man, where we go fry him dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, for I want to take close you again. You just have blue soap and thing for him, but Mr. Wash it. We black brother. We celebrate emancipation Friday one day. That was there's only get black culture so one day. You know, PNM black people who are so far they are gonna up and kiss the black brothers for one day. You know they call it for Uncle Jack or take extradite.
You think they easy?
And if a man pass go about a PNM sycophant call them. So they defend Uncle Jack is a man. You do allegedly they say you do crime all day. You never steal from the public person, you know.
But the PNM the PNM was railroading him in order to extradite him. Is the PNM and Farris.
The blackest man Rowley and Farris was pushing that.
And you know, KFC, as I said that, you see all this corruption we have now, that goes straight to the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago, former Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley. You know, he said come up on platform and say, under my government, there are no corruption, there are no this. What about all this corruption and come up covering? Who was that under?
But we had Everman Rowley. Please. Well, Mr. Washit, they say there's some black countries. You know, them was in trade with no African countries.
No, we get yam from Ghana.
Yeah, we get a bag of yam.
Yeah, we get
Mr. Washington and Uncle Tommy and mobile defender, but this government really working, you know. They're working for my 5-year-old and my 2-year-old, because them is the younger generation.
Yeah.
So I look crying out and they want this and they want that. Or they take all the time.
Correct.
Let me clear up the mess for the last 9-10 years plus on this nasty, wicked former PNM. Because deal with them, Mr. Washington. One of them make a jail.
Yep.
Bless.
Yeah, man. And let me say this, Tommy, I don't put words in people's mouth. So, you remember when we played this? Let me get it again. I save it in here. You remember when we played this one? Let me play this one again. What I do with it, boy? Oh. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry about it. I want to play this one again for you guys. And the pastor answer, well, I was supposed to put that up too, boy. Look how that thing just go up just so. We go get to that just now. I ain't getting to that one yet. So, yes, Tommy.
Anything on that? No questions? Every day is a murder in this Trinidad and Tobago. Bodies just turning up all over the place.
Was the murder told?
Huh?
Was the murder told?
According to them, saying it's 234, but I have been told by an officer that it's over 300. But they're hiding because every day they get 2 and 3 murders.
I'm hearing it's 481.
But look at that. I was told it was 300 and something. According to a particular friend of mine, who you know very well as well.
I mean, he said, what he said now? Hey, Wall Street put up a thing about me saying that I say 480 something murders. Boss, I never say you say that. I had played the video. Where you get that number from to come to the audience and tell them about 480 something murders? Eh, Tommy?
481.
481. Where you get that from? He just take that out of the sky and the fear mongering them fellas just try to create and the propaganda. You know,
I guess he gonna say that video you plays the AI.
Yeah. That's AI.
That's a Nancy.
Yeah, that's a Nancy. Yeah, correct. That's a Nancy. Yeah. I make up a voice and I put it to his picture and I put it to a video and everything like that. And you trying to mislead the people and lie to the people, and you are pastor. You just like that Gordon Dryden Joseph. All you starring in that movie, right? By Disney. What's the name of the movie? The Lion Beauty? Is that what it is? What about that movie? Them starring in that movie. But he want to say, yeah, why you don't talk about how much poor people having true macaque and all kind of thing? I said, what are you talking about, boy? But anyway, that's for our next day. But folks, all you know, if it's Tommy, them people just try all kind of things about the prime minister ain't working, the prime minister sick, the prime minister this, the prime minister that. And all the prime minister continues to do is to enhance the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago. Look what happened today. Watch this. This is today. Eh?
That was your twin who went on the ship.
Yeah, Rain, you know. Rain.
That wasn't she working. That was
AI. That was a Nancy.
That was AI.
Yeah. You know what? That was a double. That's a double they put for she. You know that in thing that was put double,
right?
To make it look like you. That wasn't she. That was a double. All right. But watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
You'll get from me, man. Don't worry. Like all of this always tell me, you'll get from me. How long? You know how long I waited to see that?
That's a double thumb. That's a double. That's not right. That's not right.
Yes, enough. Come on, gotta get in there. And let's go.
You see that young lady right there, Tony? With the bow tie?
Yep.
I want to show you how loyal Prime Minister Kamala Prasad is. You see that young lady? That young lady was a detail when she was in opposition.
I remember.
For all the years she was in opposition, she was a detail. You see? She's still her detail now.
Yep. She stick with her.
In addition to the detail that she gets from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. You see that is loyalty?
Yep.
That is loyalty. That is what you call loyalty. She could have got rid of that young lady, you know. But the young lady is still, anywhere she goes, Prime Minister, that young lady is there with her. From being in opposition for all these years. Now she's Prime Minister again. Correct is right. Yep. Let me take this call. Oh, sorry. Oh, my phone getting disturbed, boy. Defender, go ahead.
Wall Street, you forget all the main thing to mention.
Yeah.
Watch the race of the young lady also.
Defender was leaving that for all year. I can't.
No, we can't. Don't forget that.
Because that people go say, all Wall Street does talk about is race. Let me
all right. Well, leave it for me.
Yeah.
Leave it for me.
Let me leave something for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And watch the race of the young lady, the African young lady. But Wall Street.
Yeah.
You see, when the video go down a little bit more, you see how this woman greet these people and them?
Correct is right.
If that was Dr. Mashup,
boy, yeah.
He done gone inside out of the rain.
He passed straight.
Shoops, cuss Gatsby Dolly.
And gone.
This lady take she time out.
Yeah.
Take rain and greet everybody as much as she could have.
Correct.
But don't forget the African lady who's guarding our prime minister. Then she in the position.
Yeah, man. Bless.
Thank you.
You see? It's that thing we just notice, you know. But it's not everything I have to talk.
Right?
You know?
Everything that go to eat. I said everything that go to eat and go to talk.
Right. I want order to notice for yourself. That's why I put it there, you know.
Right.
I put it there for them to notice. I stop it there for a reason. But I take it from a different perspective. COP, welcome.
Professor Wall Street, good night to you. Good night to you, Uncle Tommy.
Good night to you.
It's amazing to see the state Keith Rowley leave the citizen of this country. You see how much people going for free medical attention from the U.S. Navy?
COP, there was Hands International that was in Trinidad about a week ago. And them was oversubscribed for the amount of people that went to them for free things too.
Yeah. And watch me. To have a government that spent 10 years and spent over $600 billion, and the citizens of this country so stranded, so frustrated, and so it's confusing. What did they do with our money? What did the PNM do with taxpayers' money? That today, the citizens of this country line up by the thousands in the rain looking for free medical attention. Keith Rowley, Faris Alwari, that past Minister of Health, none of his family over there. The past Minister of Health, none of his family members over there. Many of the people that he had a constitutional responsibility to have a better life. Today they line up in that line over there. It have people for CT scan over there waiting 3 years now for CT scan. Why is the Ministry of Health for the past 10 years get $7 billion and the highest was $9 billion? That is $70 billion. And the citizens of this country are also wait 3 years and still waiting for CT scan. You see how important it was for we to have all community health center open 24 hours a day? You, the PNM supporters that listening today, you see how important that was? But always support our government that will have it open from 8 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the evening. That is what we get in today from the bad choices and the bad representation from the People's National Movement for the past 10 years. Because if the UNC was in office from 2010 to now, you would have never seen people lining up so for medical attention. Look at the CEDAP. Look at the CEDAP. To me, in my view, it's not in the middle hand again. It's from government to government now. And if you listen to the Minister of Health, when they say pay $1 and something cents fast trip, because the PNM want the people them to bring it over here and we go buy it from you. Now it's from government to government where they pay 30 something cents.
But COP,
that is millions to saving.
When I hear the numbers The first thing came to my mind was, that is the PNM 1%ers who getting most of that in the prescription. That will be the PNM
because they're allowing
1%ers.
them, because the government buying from them going and pay the 20 cents.
Yes.
And coming back over here and robbing us.
Yes.
And the government allow them to do that.
Correct is right. Correct is right. That's what the government allowed to do. But I the 1%ers.
But what happened to us when they do that?
They don't care about us. What us? They care about us?
Well, that what on your screen over there, that is the repercussion of the bad choices of the People's National Movement. Faris Alwari, we will deal with you now. We will deal with you now because you have things to answer. You have, when a judge could send you to the DPP, and for the people that have authority to do the investigation now, that is misconduct in public office.
But COP,
and the
also
government
have to answer questions with regards to Jack Warner extradition too as well.
I agree.
You have questions to answer on that too.
You see, calling the Attorney General name to create a conflict of interest and all them things. He's a smart attorney too, but you cannot outsmart the law. The law is the law, and misconduct in public office will prevail when it are transparent and honest law-abiding leaders. When it have transparent and honest law-abiding leaders, justice will be served. Because all those revelations that government ministers saying about misconduct in public office, it must have consequence for that. The people of this country pay penalty. All it penalize us for 10 years, and all the friends and family become filthy rich and wealthy. Today they have properties all over the world. For the past, all over the world they have property. Today the little farmers and them who was squatting on little land for years, 20, 30 years, today they pay them friends and them had a land. And they're moving out the squatters and them. But all your time going to reach, because God don't sleep and God don't like ugly. God don't sleep and God don't like ugly. Professor Wall Street, thank you. And Uncle Tommy?
Yes.
So folks, we're gonna take that quick break. You want to call back after the break. But folks, after the break, you are gonna be surprised who actually showed up, right, at that mission today. So Western, we're going for the break. We're going for the break. All right, let me see. You have a minute. All right, we're going for the break. When we come back, let me go for the break real quick. Folks, it's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Washington, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. Don't forget, share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe. WZYE TV and YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also at 973-609-6509, 973-609-6509.
Yeah. Folks, we're going to take a quick short break and we'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
It's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Washington, you on WZYE 95.9 FM. Don't forget, folks, share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe, WZYE TV on YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also at 973-609-6509. That's 973-609-6509. And remember what the professor says. Share the live, please share the live.
So folks, let's finish watch this video with the Honorable Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bissessa and greeting people at this, where is this U.S. Naval Ship Mission? Let me take this call. UNC, I'm proud welcome.
Good evening, Professor and Uncle Tony.
How are you?
Same to
Uncle
you, my
Tony,
yes, my friend.
you know, I will talk to you. I want to talk to Professor because there's lambast Professor too much, and there's want to insult him. But on this same topic, right? You know, just 5 months ago, back in time, right? Yeah. You know, they opened a spanking new hospital for 1 point something billion state of the art, the PNM. The PNM tell us.
Which hospital was that?
The N.K. Rowley Hospital, the West Wing in Port Spain General Hospital. Something.
The practical opening. The practical opening.
But Kid Rowley went and he opened and he said, state of the art, and he's showing this touch button here. You come, let us take a picture of you. Your ID electronic, fully IT, and that's waiting time is 2 minutes. And they go here and they get it care. If it's CT scan, is this CAT can or whatever can, but the rest can't give it the health care. Every can, but the rest can't give it the health care. Rowley do that, the PNM telling these supporters, new $1 billion hospital, state of the art. And when they tell them, is that's only a shell open, people say no. Why it is our citizens nobody looking for healthcare? Rowley open a new brand hospital. This is what the people are supposed to be asking Rowley and the PNM and Penelope Beckles on them. All open a hospital to take care of the people. The Helsinki kill 18 children in a healthcare. Not the health system, they're not sanitizing. That's what the report say. Where the money gone? I only hope the supporters at the PNM see how think they was treated and the healthcare. But at least they have a caring government for the whole for everybody. And everybody wins when UNC wins. Because here we're going on, Professor, right? They're talking about people lining up. Yeah, and the protocol of that young lady, I admire that young lady. She is like, just imagine our esteemed political leader, daughter. Anyway, even any resident and all too. Anyway, she kind, polite, and she will always listen. She not no hate, and she always there with the other prime minister. That is kudos. That is true unity. That is love. Not like Keith Rowley. He bring who he want when he want, and just imagine in front of his house where they're watching. He had them in a derelict office. They're falling down, no place to urinate. And that the officers had to be outside. And you know what Rowley said? He didn't know that was the condition of the office. And he passed it right there every day to go inside the house. You see how it is? So, Professor, I just want to remind the supporters and them at the PNM who holding on to nothing. Right? They get a new brand hospital for 1 point something billion. And they closed down the Churn Hospital, which had all the state-of-the-art equipment in it. You see it? So let us put one on one together. That's a good night, Professor and Uncle Tommy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We are going to open a new hospital. Tommy, you know, I don't understand how poor people just take that type of chain up from the PNM, you know. But they open a practical opening, Tommy, and thousands of people lining up for Hands International and the U.S. Naval Mission. And we have a hospital in Port-au-Spain. But let me finish watch this here, folks. Let me finish watch this.
Wait.
And it comes look me here. Then 3 o'clock is standing. I'm going to put then 3 o'clock is standing up. 10 years.
Come soon. Ask them to give it to this.
One.
What you see?
Yep.
What you see? What is up? You see? Hey, Tommy?
Yep.
Yes. Hold on. Yeah, Mr. Florida. Mr. Florida, welcome. Oh, Mr. Florida, you hang up, man. Yeah, Tommy. You see for yourself, Tommy?
Yeah, it's claro.
Eh? Right?
It's clear.
Look.
Yep.
Let me take this call. Yeah, Mr. Florida, welcome.
You don't longer trying to call Mr. Hansen. The phone working now. Yes, good night, Mr. Hansen. Good night, Mr. Tommy. Good night, all the callers, Texas, everybody on the live. Happy to see everybody on this Tuesday.
Yeah, man.
But Mr. Hansen, the lady say, yeah, thank you, Mr. Tommy. The lady say, since 3 o'clock, she's standing there. You hear what the Honorable Prime Minister say? Yeah, well, better than 10 years.
Yeah, 10 years.
Yeah, better than 10 years.
Yeah.
You see, the people that I'm seeing that they tried to open up a hospital that wasn't able to open. They just push it forward, not caring about the citizen. Now you had this naval base come here now through the help of you and all everyone involved. And you see all the people that are lining up waiting because they wasn't getting health care before. And the thing about it, you're seeing stuff like this, and you're still questioning this government after 3 months, 100 days, and you expect everything to be fixed and be. I can understand that from children, but adults have to think differently. Look for instance, here the corruption in CPEP. Here with the corruption going on in CPEP, people have to ask questions. No, after 10 years, let me forget about the rest. 10 years, and you people comfortable just working CPEP, just cutting grass and doing this and that. You don't want to elevate yourself, and then you don't want to elevate yourself so that this cycle for CPEP, that your children will get educated and they will come out of that cycle. You want your kids to come into that same structure as CPEP. You see, adults, you have to open up your eyes and see the difference now after 100 days, what your life was missing. And these were the need to do. All right, Mr. Hansen, I look on this.
Come on, bless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So folks, Rain, and they want to know what Tommy, where she working? She had to work. She working from home. Doesn't matter where you work from, Tommy.
It's just about getting the job done.
It's about getting the job done. What, listener? As far as I am concerned, Tommy, Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar work from home 8 days a week.
Yep.
Work from home 8 days a week. KFC, welcome.
Mr. Watch your Uncle Tommy. Good night again. You see
Good
that
night.
young Kamala daughter, that young black lady, she deserve an award. She rocked since, opposition to now. You know, she go to lock up Kingsley. We had a bag for him, you know.
Oh, God. You had a bag for him.
But we start our shit. You see people a bit like ants, boy.
Boy, look at people. Look at, and listen, it's how people line up to go get service, and people line up to see the Prime Minister as well. If that was the last fella, he passed them people straight like a lamppost and gone away, you know.
Yeah, but I say what shit for the last 9-10 years when Rolly was there. I never see the people in the show. Rolly them kind of love, you know. Rolly is pass like a bullet, Rolly like afraid to touch people and come. Remember, you see black, you know. Black outside and white inside, afraid to touch you people. But Mr. What shit? You know the enters already, we got free to enter the course, you know, right?
Huh?
Yeah, I was going up, but when I pass and I see that car, I said, well, I go can't make it in the ship. But I'm a girl to fix soon, boy.
You go come
but
back,
next
man.
month, you go come back.
Yeah, you go come
when
back.
I come back, my girl go fix up, man. Bless love.
Bless. But folks, you, Tommy, you will be shocked to know who was down there in all that crowd.
Nothing shocks me.
People know very, very well. Tommy, I will play the video and you let me know if you think you know who this person is. Folks, I want to know if you all know who this person is. Look at this video.
Reach into Port of Spain at 7. I follow instruction. I went through the line and the officials from the ship from America, the soldiers and they came to the front. And I was standing very patiently, very quietly. I was selected. I came to the desk. I presented my ID and then they took me inside. I saw the eye doctor. I read the chart and my eyes is not too bad in any way. It's just that, reading small writing. And this is proof of it. I got the reading glasses, the shades. And I must say, I want to congratulate the American government via the American embassy and together with our government who is instrumental and partnering with the American government and the health institution. I want to say the process is smooth. I will ask citizens just to obey, follow instructions, and everything will go according to plan. I want to thank
You know who caused all them people to line up? They PNM. PNM are them people lining up. Because you fool the people with an opening of, what is Tommy, is the south wing or the south?
Central block.
Central block. All you fool the people and show one little place with all kind of, hey boy, listen, you could do this and you could do that. All them people who line up there today, Tommy, them should have been in that central block there. But the PNM fooled them.
Well, they had a practical opening,
Yeah, a practical opening.
Which is practically opening it.
It's practically open. Yeah, but you know who that is there, Tommy? Tommy, you know who that is? That fella just, we are there.
Sounds like Mr. Tabakit.
That is Tabakit. Tabakit gone and get glasses, all kind of thing, boy. Yeah, Tabakit. Yeah, look at that. Me have no problem with Tabakit getting free glasses, though. You understand? you see, Tommy? And them people want to say all kind of things about where Kamala, where this, where the other. But, Tommy, Faris Alwari in big problems. The man have problems. Yeah? First of all, let me go to the one with Jack Warner. Let me go to that one first. Let me go to that one first. I want you all to listen to this one first. Let me go to the one with Jack Warner. This is a letter from Jack Warner. Listen to this. This is a message to Faris Al-Wari.
I, Jack Warner, wish to make the following.
Let me start it over.
I, Jack Warner, wish to make the following clear. I presently have a matter actively before the courts of Trinidad and Tobago. I am relying on the judiciary to adjudicate this matter impartially, following due process and the rule of law. It has come to my attention that Mr. Faris Al-Rawi, the former Attorney General, has made public statements concerning this matter. These statements, given their tone, content, and timing, are both untimely and inappropriate. They prejudice ongoing legal proceedings, infringe upon my right to a fair hearing, and risk contaminating public discourse with speculation and legal posturing. I must warn Mr. Al-Rawi that his continued public commentary on a matter sub judice borders on defamation and may give rise to legal action. If he wishes to present arguments, let him do so within the courtroom, not from behind a microphone or political podium. This is not only about my name, but about protecting the integrity of the legal process in Trinidad and Tobago. I therefore call on Mr. Al-Rawi to desist immediately from making further public comments on this matter. I, Jack Warner.
So Jack Warner calling on Faris Al-Wari, right? To cease and desist. Yeah?
Yep.
But there is more. Tommy, there is more. There is more than that. Yeah? So I want to know, when are they going to start interviewing Faris Al-Wari? When is the police going to interview Faris Al-Wari? But let me listen to Barry Padara today in the post-cabinet briefing. Let's take a listen to that, because that is going to go a long way with respect to CPEP. Folks, let's listen to Barry Padara today. This is today, eh? Today, Tommy. Let me take a listen. Boy, Faris boy. Tommy, you remember that song? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, bad boys.
Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do?
Faris, what you gonna do? What are you going to do, Faris? You can't call PNM Fox to get no help because he's not an engineer. He's an engine far. You cannot call PNM Reed. Well, she can't help you. You can't call Gordon Dryden Joseph. Well, forget about that. You can't call Banmina. Cancel Christmas. You can't call Brian John, the Bellman midfielder sitting on the bench. Who you go call? Who you go call, Tommy?
Ghostbusters.
Who you go call?
Ghostbusters.
Tommy, that's a good one. Yeah, Faris, call Ghostbusters. Call them. Well, let's take a listen to this.
Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. Good afternoon, members of the media. Thank you, Nicholas, for your welcome. This afternoon, there are two matters that I wish to address. The first one being the recent judgment of Madam Justice Margaret Mohammed regarding the CPEP matter. I took note a short while ago of Madam Justice's judgment, and this afternoon I want to say that the government is vindicated in its position as it relates to the administration issues that we have identified surrounding CPEP. Further, CPEP this afternoon, as its line minister, sent to me a copy of a press release that they issued a short while ago. And I want to first quote from that press release, where it says, "Whilst the company has emerged victorious, it is extremely concerned about the fraudulent misrepresentation made to the board that Cabinet had granted approval to extend over 300 contracts."
Will you hear that?
Yeah.
Fraudulent, you know. No, Tommy. Let me play that again, Tommy. Let me play that again. Oh, listen carefully here. PNM folks, no PNM folks, do not go outside to use the bathroom. Don't go outside. Don't go outside to use the outhouse. Stay inside. Wait. Are you coming back? No, do not. No. Do not use the outhouse, PNM folks. All right, you come back inside. Let me listen again, folks.
Press release, where it says, whilst the company has emerged victorious, it is extremely concerned about the fraudulent misrepresentation made to the board that Cabinet had granted approval to extend over 300 contracts with its core contractors for a period of 3 years, ending in 2029. It considers this to be a most serious matter as it sets a dangerous precedent for corporate governance. Further, it goes on to say, we take special notice of the fact that the learned judge has seen it fit to refer to this matter to the Director of Public Prosecution.
Tommy, this is not the government referring something to the DPP, you know. This is not Minister Barry Padarat, standing on our pulpit and saying, okay, I'm the DPP, we want you to look at this. This is a judge, you know.
That's right, a learned judge.
A learned judge. I wonder if this has ever happened before, boy. Where the judge is saying, well, it happened in Privy Council.
Yep.
Where the Privy Council was talking about Colin Burt.
Right.
How come he's not being investigated?
That's correct.
Yeah? Let me continue to listen.
For his attention. CPEP stands ready, willing, and able to assist the DPP, Anti-Corruption Bureau, and the Fraud Squad with a thorough and urgent criminal investigation into this matter. The company's board of directors was deceived into extending over 300 contractors' contracts.
Tommy,
yep.
CPEP saying the board was deceived.
Yep.
And Tommy, most of them was PNM board, and that's a PNM board, you know.
PNM.
That is PNM people saying that, you know. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, boy. What they say, Tommy, the chickens are coming home to roost?
Yep. What's in the darkness must be coming to the light.
Must come to light. The skeletons running out of the closet, Tommy. They're running out.
Who you gonna call?
Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters, boy. Yeah, defender.
Wall Street.
Yeah.
I want to disagree with Barry Padarat and the CPEP board today.
Yeah.
The board wasn't deceived, Wall Street. Yeah. Any right-thinking person, Wall Street, supposed to know, because Wall Street, the vote was taken on the morning of election. When you read down in the paragraph, you realize the vote to renew the contracts was taken on the morning of election. So I want to disagree with Barry Padarat tonight. The board wasn't deceived. The board thought they would have won the election and they would have fixed the mess. That is why I want to say towards that. And one more thing. I don't want you to lose this one, Wall Street. Yeah. This Zorro person, whoever the person name is in the chat. I think they said I am PNM Fox.
Yeah, PNM Fox. Yeah.
He made a statement that NG's that bill rack up where the 1 point some billion US rack up was done on since 2012.
Yeah.
So I waited even when they reached that position. Yeah. But the board wasn't deceived. The board well know what they was doing.
Defender, let me say this. With regards to PNM Fox, we have a quote here. We just say, straight off the back at every card out of
all right. Yeah, I was the back of that one, but I apologize. Later.
Okay.
Defender, you recognize the fact that the propagandist network is deployed in every nook and cranny.
We understand that. You know? It's not like we don't understand that. We understand that. Nyron, welcome.
Good evening, Uncle Tommy and Professor Wall Street.
Good evening.
Same to you, my friend.
So Mr. Faris, I think I reached out to Mr. Faris Harari, and he said the cabinet note that was created in 2017 wasn't presented to the courts. That's saying that they don't need cabinet approval to renew any CPEP contract. So I know who presenting that, right? If it exists. I don't know if them have a cabinet note with that in it. But I thought state companies need cabinet approval when they're spending a certain amount of money.
Yeah.
And I believe that how does work.
Well,
and
they say that
is,
he needed cabinet approval. Even the PS, is the PS the permanent secretary, boy? Somebody say they needed cabinet
the
approval.
PS is the permanent secretary.
Yes.
Yeah, the PS is the permanent secretary.
Yeah. Yeah. So
that's what happened. That is what happened with the whole Malcolm Jones, whole GTL, gas liquid fiasco. That board take it upon themselves to throw Trinidad in debt to the tune of billions of US dollars. Right? A chairman of the board and the board members. Right? And that caused the whole domino effect the way we treat Petrotrin refinery had to close down. Okay? So I want to see Mr. Faris Harari present the defense because the court say you have to obviously give the man the opportunity to defend himself. Right? That is natural justice, right?
Yeah.
So I know when that taking place, but right now, as it is, remember that case before this case, and the company the company they put in the court and they was going to represent was struck off. And for it to be struck off because the MPA we had to pay to the state, which is where we're owing them, right? And then filing their paperwork. So they bring this new contractor, put the company in the court, right? That what happened today. And now the court say that that company had to pay lawyer fee. Who paying the state lawyer fee on them? The contractor or PNM? Who?
That's a good question.
Because I know because we are the best lawyers. I mean, is the best. Yes, correct top dollar. I know that. In any profession, where's a professional in the field? And I think Mr. Larry Lala, senior counsel, and Kareem Marcel, and somebody, Mr. Sinclair, they represented the company.
They like the West Indies, boy. They only losing often.
Them lost. them and say boo. Like when they walk in a room and they say lost, and they walk back out, that went on there today.
Yeah.
And at 25, I want to see the judgment because at 25-page document, Miss Mohammed, I think Mohammed is the lady name, the judge. Yeah, I want to read that document because 25 pages is a lot.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm telling you?
Correct.
For she to put, right? I want to see that document. Anyway, this thing now start, motor in the pestle. And I'm waiting to see who coming to defend Mr. Faris Harari in the court because he can represent himself.
Yeah.
You understand? Okay, we locked on and listening. Have a good day. All right.
Bless. You might get Larry Lala and Kareem Marcel. He go get senior counsel Larry Lara and junior counsel Kareem Marcel. He go get them to represent them. Folks, let me see if we got any voice notes yet. Don't we have any voice notes?
No, not at the moment.
All right, let me check here. Let's take this one.
Good evening, Uncle Tommy, Wall Street, and to everybody out there. You look at how our Prime Minister braved the inclement weather and went out there to greet her supporters. And what was amazing is the way that they were greeting us, though the sun was high in the sky. I was so amazed, and they greeted her with so much love and affection and warmth. It didn't matter to them that they were standing in the rain, but they didn't go to greet her, to meet and greet her per se. Yes, they went to see the visiting doctors and them, but that didn't stop them. That did not stop them. They went as though they greeted her as though they went to meet her there. And that is the warmth. And as defender said, look at you.
God Almighty, we are
Look at them. Are they sell out also? And that was genuine love you were seeing there. And yes, Wall Street, that security has been with her for so long.
Yes.
And she remained with her.
Correct.
She's a loyal servant.
Yep.
She's a loyal, I take back that, she's a loyal person.
Yep.
To Mrs. Prasad Bisasa. And I doubt she will ever do them like what the detail did to her when they left in 2015.
Yep.
And when they were. She has always been there with her. She's always been faithful. And as defender pointed out, look who it is, an African.
Correct.
I could imagine the bad thoughts that they have about this lady and these people for supporting Mrs. Prasad. But she's genuine. You can see it. You can see it.
Yep.
Something wrong with them who think otherwise. Thanks a lot and have a good night.
Same to you. Was somebody send me?
Hold on.
Uncle Tommy and Wall Street. Good night to everybody out there. You remembered when the Sealy report, Justice Sealy report was handed in with the investigation into land aid to the DPP, right? Because she said a crime was committed and somebody should answer for it. It is still sitting in the Bermuda Triangle on the DPP desk. Because when things go in that triangle on the DPP desk concerning PNMIs, it suddenly disappears. And I hope that when that file on Faris goes to the DPP desk for both witness tampering and misbehavior in public office, it don't disappear. Because PNMites don't charge PNMites. Because look how Camille get away with the handbag money. Well, she get away yet, But so far, right? She should have been charged and she should never have been made to contest elections again. The same thing happened with Patrick Manning. He said Patrick Manning was too sick to go to court for misbehavior in public office and he dropped the case against him. But then we saw Patrick Manning campaigning for Randall Mitchell and he was all in Skinner Park and all over the place. He had energy for that. Again, let me remind people, PNMites don't charge PNMites, but it's the judge. The judge talk about sending the file to the DPP because something went wrong. We all wait and see. But we won't hold our breath. We won't hold our breath. Let us see what that DPP is going to do. Take care and have a good night.
Go ahead, Tommy. You have one there? Go ahead.
I see they send me something with heavy duty here. Let's play it.
Oh, that's the one with you can play. Go ahead.
Let's hear what it says.
It talks about them moving from a new place. You get it? All right. In the meantime, let me continue to play this till you get it. All right.
By exposing the government of Trinidad and Tobago to expenditure to the tune of $1.4 billion. This decision was taken by CPEP's board on the basis of information that was allegedly provided by ex-line minister for CPEP, Mr. Al-Rawi, to the now ex-chairman, Mr. Joel Edwards, that Cabinet had authorized and approved the extension of all CPEP core contracts. This matter, after the deliberation and the judgment of Madam Justice Margaret Mohammed, is scandalous, it is deeply troubling, and it is damning in itself. The press release went on to say, in his affidavit, Mr. Edwards did not deny Mr. Eddy's evidence that is the former chairman, Mr. Edwards, to Mr. Eddy, the current CEO and CEO at that time of CPEP. In his affidavit, instead, he preferred the incredible explanation that there was an error in the board note. The board note that they referred to as a board note indicating that there was Cabinet approval for the extension of CPEP contracts when we discovered that there was none. The contemporaneous evidence shows that Mr. Edwards was never informed CPEP's management or board that there were any mistakes, far less the need for correction of same. Indeed, there is no message in the WhatsApp group about this alleged mistake, and this speaks to the evidence that was provided by Senior Counsel Anand Ramlogan on behalf of the company through the affidavit. CPEP therefore calls upon all board members to clear the air on this matter. If any former board member was advised by Mr. Edwards that there was an error in the board note because the statement that Cabinet had approved the extension of the contracts was false, they have a duty to speak out and clear the air in the interest of good governance, transparency, and accountability. CPEP is in possession of every single email sent by the board members ratifying the decision of the Cabinet to extend these contracts. There is no mention of any mistaken emails sent from the directors 48 hours before the general elections when they voted via round robin in support of ratifying and implementing the Cabinet's decision. CPEP welcomes the referral of this matter by the High Court to the DPP. Sworn affidavit evidence has already been given by CEO Mr. Keith Eddy and ex-chairman Mr. Joel Edwards. Unfortunately, then line minister for CPEP, now Senator Faris Al-Rawi, who has been very vocal on many national issues and earlier with respect to the issues surrounding CPEP of recent, did not file any evidence on this important issue as it relates to the alleged fraud perpetuated against the company.
And you know what's sad? Penelope Week Beckles picked that fella to be a senator. That just shows how weak Penny Beckles is. She weak. That fella she picked to be a senator. After all this, yes, corruption in CPEP. Sworn affidavit by Keith Eddy, CEO of CPEP. And you know, Tommy, if that fella lying, he will get his day in court too.
Yep.
So you know he can't lie. Well, not he can't lie. He don't want to lie.
Therefore, I join my voice with CPEP this afternoon as the line minister in calling upon the former line minister for CPEP, now Senator Faris Al-Rawi, to clear the air in the public interest regarding this matter.
Faris, we want you to clear the air. Come out. Show the people of Trinidad and Tobago that you are a senator in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. They're lying on you. And prove the evidence. Show the evidence. Don't just sit down there like the Jack corner, sitting down in a corner. Come out and show the evidence. How long can Faris stay silent?
CPEP remains committed to the principles of transparency, integrity, and accountability. As a responsible corporate body that is funded by taxpayers, we have a duty to ensure that we serve the public interest in an honest and responsible manner. But for the representation that Cabinet had approved the extension of over 300 core contracts, the company would not have taken such a decision in the days leading up to before general election. CPEP therefore intends to seek legal advice on this matter and shall leave no stone unturned because it is determined to get to the truth. If the company was deceived into taking this decision, then there will be legal consequences and the chips will fall where they must. This afternoon, I'm pleased to say that I lend my full support. I want to congratulate and thank Senior Counsel Anand Ram Logan for his representation in this matter. When the matters regarding CPEP first arose, there was a large hue and cry in terms of government's position on CPEP, but we were very clear from day one in terms of what we found, what were the challenges at the company, the advice that was proffered to us, and therefore we are seeing the fruits of the challenges that were made, but us standing strong in our conviction in terms of advancing the interests of the company and protecting the well-being of the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago. What is deeply disturbing, alarming, and some would say even shocking, would have been the utterances of Madam Justice Margaret Mohammed forwarding these matters to the Director of Public Prosecutions. So for all those who have been asking, when would matters be forwarded? When would matters be raised with the police and so on? I can say unequivocally that today is the day for that. And CPEP is intent on cooperating with the Anti-Corruption Bureau, the Fraud Squad, and the authorities in this matter. We must get to the bottom of who misled the management of CPEP with respect to the issue of cabinet approval. And we have set out a strong case in terms of the evidence that was provided to the court. And today the court has ruled that they agree that this matter must go before the Director of Public Prosecutions. There are a lot of questions to be answered, but who will answer those questions? And the persons responsible for answering those questions would be the people who would have sat in the cabinet of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago prior to April 28. And most importantly, it will be the line ministers who had direct responsibility for CPEP. Up to this time, I don't think that we have had any public utterances coming from now Senator Al-Rawi on this particular matter as it relates to the judgment that came out a short while ago from Madam Justice Margaret Mohammed. We look forward to him clearing the air on that matter in terms of what role, if there was any role, as indicated by Mr. Eddy, the CEO of CPEP, in terms of where he would have gotten this direction from. We were very clear when we spoke to the national community that it was not simply about an extension of contract. It was a committal of $1.4 billion of Trinidad and Tobago taxpayers' money being injected into CPEP for additional 3 years without any cabinet approval. May I also add that it was the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance who made it very clear, and I think there was no better authority for that information to have been placed in the public space and as part of this litigation, when the PS in the Ministry of Finance indicated unequivocally that yes, cabinet approval was required in this matter.
Hear that? Hear that? PNM folks? Yep. The permanent secretary said that cabinet approval was needed in this matter. So you come with your googly gawk and your cut and paste. You more intelligent than the permanent secretary. You know what it is. They don't need cabinet approval. That's the PNM propaganda. That is the PNM propaganda. But let's finish this. Holy calls, folks. Holy calls. We got to finish this. Let's finish this.
So I think once and for all, we can, based on the judgment today, we can say safely that based on the advice of the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance, the interpretation of the law coming from Madam Justice Margaret Mohammed, that cabinet approval was needed in this matter. The matter that is really of great...
You know, Tommy, you know, it's interesting, boy, what PNM people will defend, boy.
Well, Marvelous told us who every single one is.
Oh, you know what? You know what, Tommy? Thank you very much. Thank you. You know what? You are correct. You are absolutely correct. You are correct. Let's split
that the PNM has found itself in as the gentleman would have said rightly, Dr. Eric Williams, many years ago, said that every single member of the PNM is a propagandist of the PNM. And one of the first things I will do as your new chairman is to ensure that the propagandists of the PNM must be deployed on every nook and every cranny of this country. And we will chase them away on social media, and that the gospel of the PNM must be known to every single citizen of this country.
You think it's easy?
Of concern, and I think that is why the learned judge has sent the matter to the DPP. This is not a case of the government. It is not a case of CPEP. This is now a judicial officer in the High Court of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago who has sent this matter to the DPP. It now involves senior former members of the government in terms of answering how did we arrive at this situation, whether or not the accusations and allegations are true that have been made by the CEO, the current CEO, and who would have served as the CEO at the time these contracts would have been extended. And the role, if any role, was played by former Minister Faris Al-Rawi in this matter. As I said, I don't think that there has been a more scandalous development in recent times as it relates to the public purse with respect to this matter that has been unearthed at CPEP. And therefore, the onus are on those who would have served in government to provide the country with answers. Should they fail to do so, I'm almost certain, as I said earlier, CPEP will be pursuing this matter with respect to the DPP, as well as the Anti-Corruption Bureau and the...
So there you have it, folks. There you have it. Yeah?
Yep.
Right? But Tommy, I really want to see if anybody are going to suffer any consequences for their behaviors.
I have a voice note from a possible propagandist.
Go ahead. Take it.
Hi. Good evening. Yeah, the Thursday program is on. For those who probably joined in late, good evening. Hope that you had a real good day. And yeah, look forward to tomorrow, praise God. Not to go like how today went, but better. All right. I have these points that I always look forward to throwing in. Totally conscious of at the end thereof, or even during, how the thing could go. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe tonight might be different. I don't know. But I still have my points to make. I still am a truth speaker. I'm still a country lover. And anything that is good, in my opinion, anything that I believe could benefit the citizenry, I definitely throw in my hand and my feet up in support. Like you see that assistance for the students, yes, I find that is very good. We could have plenty more curriculum ourselves. Yeah, that is very good. People who want to do engineering, who want to do medicine, who yeah. I for that. If you're taking some of my dollars to for that purpose, you're getting my endorsement. Well done. All right. Areas of concern is people who you didn't really used to hear from much. I am hearing them, and they're in a good position to have a view that they are popping down this stand your ground legislation that is coming. All right, and I want to believe as we go along, more and more will come out, because to me, more and more the promoters of this program making it harder for people to convince themselves, for people to say, yeah, boy, I feel we should try that. You know? And some things I think could be considered as, number one, not everybody who apply to own a gun will get a gun. That's one. You could have how much money you want. Well, of course, we know how things go in Trinidad and Tobago, right? I don't have to read and spell for you. Outside of that, you could have how much money you want, how much business you have. There are persons, once you think it's a genuine thing, right? You will not get a gun. All right, that's one. Two, it have people who, if you listen to the news and so on, who ain't, as far as we are aware, they're not big business people and whatnot, and they've been invaded and all kind of things. There are people who are beef for different people and all these things going on. You understand? Now, these small people, they could pay all that money to buy a gun and then to go through the training. So it will have some ordinary people who will not be part of this, I am standing my ground. Right? It will definitely be that. So what seems to be, the easiest thing to do is to deal with the people who have the responsibility to deal with criminal activities. Everybody and their brother, and in some cases the sister, know that there are some bad apples in the bunch. What is being done to deal with the bad apples? Because no successful illegal activity could take place in most cases without the assistance of people who are in some position of authority. Yeah? So I am saying and suggesting, just like many others, listen, don't just run with something because somebody up so say it now. Think for yourself. Think for yourself. Yeah? It might be hard, but it could happen. Look at the other sides. Look at the top. Look at the bottom. Yeah, don't just look through one lens.
Tommy?
That's it. That's it, Walls.
Tommy? Did I just say that for us? Think for yourself?
Exactly.
No, you didn't say that. There had to be an AI voice that comedian said that.
All of that.
Financial guru, hold on. Didn't that fella tell us he does listen to Mr. Dominic Domain and he listen to Mr. Bingo and them fellas and them to get his information? That's thinking for yourself, right?
Oh, yeah. That's thinking for yourself.
I never hear more dumbology, dunceology, stupidology, and foolishology than any of. That fella have all them pages. Caller, welcome. Financial guru.
Yeah, good night, Professor Wall Street. Good night, everyone. Good night, Uncle Tommy. Good night, everyone. Professor Wall Street, I just want to start quickly. And I know Mrs. Bisesa Prasad went to the U.S. Comfort, and we saw so many people the need for healthcare. And it's strange that the U.S. Comfort usually gets accompanied by maybe a couple other U.S. defense ships. But I just sent you something just now where the Venezuelan Justice Mr. Cabello, it seems that he comes to do some more saber rattling because he's making another allegation that Trinidad and Tobago is sending possibly some flak to Venezuela to do some sort of destabilization. And I'm sure you'll hear Amy Brown and the others coming to talk another pack of nonsense. But I sent you that article just now. But the reason why I wanted to call is to kind of follow up on what Nova Defender, you say you're not going to stray dog go back at every card that pass. But, it's strange when Marvin Gonzalez, I listened to the press conference and I listened to Mr. Barry Paderat, and he's very, very articulate and the guy knows his numbers. And I see why Mrs. Bisesa put him as chief of whip. The fact is Marvin Gonzalez yesterday, and I listened to Mr. Gonzalez, Macaroni Marvin, I call him, and no movie Marvin, right? But there's Eli Lilly suits and so on. The fact is, Mr. Gonzalez, who knew nothing, he's a lawyer by trade, okay, but he worked in the public utilities sector before with the PTSC, okay, but he's not a numbers man. The fact is, he criticized the government for not implementing the RIC provisions, which Mr. Padat was able to explain what was the reason. And here's the reason. The reason was the RIC was implementing rate increases at a time where Trinidad and Tobago, especially the consumers, are burdened. And the fact is, the RIC cannot do a two-tier system, which one person from the Guardian asked the minister to see if they can consider. It's either yea or nay. But the reason why it is not being done at this time, and the reason for the problems, is that TNTech is owed $1.5 billion. I want people to understand, by the Trinidad and Tobago government ministries over the last 10 years. And National Gas has a receivable of about $1 billion US, which Mr. Gonzalez was talking about, that TNTech for taking natural gas from NGC, that is owed to NGC, which is $7 billion. But I just wanted to point out something. Professor Walston and Uncle Tommy and everyone, it just demonstrates where the priorities and the fact that I am calling them out. Colin Dud, Brian Manning, Vishnu Danpal, who's the permanent secretary and who he went as an ambassador when he retired in somewhere around 2021 or 2022. He was the PS. Approximately $600 billion was spent by the Rowley administration. Let me repeat, if you go back and you look at the 9 budgets, it's close to $600 billion was spent. Now, if you take the $101.5 billion, which was owed, which Mr. Padat says, they are now going to organize to do what they call a payment plan. If the Rowley administration and the Stuart Young and Con Imbert administration had allocated $150 million per annum, okay? That 1.5 billion represented 0.25%, 0.25% of $600 billion that was spent over 10 years. Notably, if they had also allocated the $7 billion, which represents what National Gas has coming to them from TNTech, that would just be about 0.85%, somewhere around that, of $600 billion. So they could have allocated $150 million per annum, and they would have extinguished that debt. Professor Washington, Uncle Tommy, and everyone, that represents that combined dollar amount of 8.5 billion. That would have represented 1.142%.
You have 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, gotcha. 1.42% of the $600 billion. So when other people are talking all this nonsense, it shows that the PNM didn't have an idea about the priorities, and they don't know about finance, and they don't know about proper cash allocation and monetary allocation. Have a good night, Uncle Tommy. Have a good night, Professor Wall Street. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, and same to you.
Folks, we're going to take that break. It's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Don't forget, folks, do your WZYE civic duty. Share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe, WZYE TV on YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also at 973-609-6509, 973-609-6509. As the professor said, share the live, share the live, share the live. We thank you.
When we come back, you will be shocked about these statistics that we're going to show you. Stick and stay. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. and on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life, and as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE, we originate, not imitate.
No more red, no more red, no more red, no more red, no left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more shame, no more pain. We want to see us win, we want the brides again. No more penny again. Bye bye, penny, bye bye. Bye bye, penny, bye bye. We don't vouch for you. And we are tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of proposals and all the excuses, tired of no water, tired of stretching at the lot, tired of the eyebrows rippling. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more shame, no more pain. We want to see we win, we want the brides again. No more penny again. Bye bye, me bye bye. Bye bye, bring bye bye. We're tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, of the proposals and all the excuses, tired of no water, tired of stretching at the lot, tired of the eyebrows rippling. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more shame, no more pain. We want to see we win, we want the brides again. No more penny again. Bye bye, penny, bye bye. Bye bye, penny, bye bye. We don't vouch it for you. No more red, 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 no left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more shame, no more pain. We want to see the win, we want the brides again. No more penny again. Bye bye, penny, bye bye. Bye bye, penny, bye bye. We don't vouch for you. Bye bye, penny, bye bye. Bye bye, penny, bye bye. We don't vouch for you. Fire! 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 Fire!
We are back with you. It's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. That's every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Don't forget, folks, when you get in, share the live. WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe. WZYE TV on YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also at 973-609-6509. That's 973-609-6509. As the professor said, share the live, share the live, share the live. Thank you.
So, folks, we have some breaking news for you. COP confirms deployment of police officers in high-risk school. Police Commissioner Alistair Guevara has confirmed that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service will deploy trained officers to high-risk schools starting from the beginning of the upcoming school term in September. Speaking at a breakfast meeting hosted by the Chaguanas Chamber, he said officers are currently being trained, placed at high-risk and troubled schools in keeping with the mandate of the government. Another promise accomplished by the current government. Boy, so much accomplishment there, Tommy. But let's listen to this release here with respect to CPEP, and then we're going to get to some statistics for you guys. Take a listen to this.
CPEP committed to transparency and integrity from the Office of the Chief Executive Officer. CPEP welcomes the judgment of the High Court in the matter brought by Eastman Enterprise Limited to stay the court proceedings as a result of the contract.
Do many of you guys know who Eastman is? If anybody know who Eastman is, can you put it in the chat? Eastman, a prominent PNM fella that used to be on the Mugabe station with the Titans of Democracy and all the other PNM programs. Eastman. I wonder who that is.
CPEP welcomes the judgment of the High Court in the matter brought by Eastman Enterprise Limited to stay the court proceedings as a result of the contractor's failure to respect and honor the alternative dispute resolution mechanism in the contract. Whilst the company has emerged victorious, it is extremely concerned about the fraudulent misrepresentation made to the board that Cabinet had granted approval to extend over 300 contracts with its core contractors for a period of three years ending in 2029. It considers this to be a most serious matter, as it sets a dangerous precedent for corporate governance. We take special notice of the fact that the learned judge has seen it fit to refer to this matter to the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, for his attention. CPEP stands ready, willing and able to assist the DPP, Anti-Corruption Bureau, and the Fraud Squad with a thorough and urgent criminal investigation into this matter. The company's board of directors was deceived into extending over 300 contractors' contracts, thereby exposing the government of Trinidad and Tobago to expenditure to the tune of $1.4 billion. This decision was taken by CPEP's board on the basis of information that was allegedly provided by ex-line minister for CPEP, Mr. Al-Rawi SC, to the now ex-chairman, Mr. Joel Edwards, that Cabinet had authorized and approved the extension of all CPEP core contracts. CPEP's executive management and its board of directors acted on the false premise that it was simply ratifying and implementing a Cabinet directive and instruction. We now know this to be untrue. It is clear that Mr. Edwards' unambiguous representation to CPEP's board left no room for doubt, as evidenced by his message to the CEO, Mr. Keith Eddy, Corporate Secretary/Head Legal, Ms. Nicole Gopal Singh and his fellow board members, Mr. Brian Rock, Mrs. Camille Hossain, Mr. Wendell Williams, Mr. Robert Lee, Mr. Kurt Bernard, Mrs. Geeta Rampersad, Mr. Thomas Sinwar, Mrs. Marissa Smith, Mr. Michael Seals, and Mrs. Yinka Jugbir Garcia, in a WhatsApp group that was exclusively used for communicating with high-level management and fellow board members. In that fateful message, he stated that Cabinet had granted the necessary approval. All board members had a fiduciary duty to act in the best interest of the company, and if any of them had information to the contrary, it was not disclosed to executive management. There was simply no mention of any error, as is now being belatedly raised. CPEP has noted the utterances of its former line minister, Mr. Al-Rawi SC, at a recent press conference held at the office of the opposition leader, where he sought to address this troubling issue regarding his involvement in the fraudulent misrepresentation to the CPEP's board. While Mr. Al-Rawi spoke at length about the issue, unfortunately, he did not address the central burning issue of whether he informed ex-chairman, Mr. Joel Edwards, that Cabinet had granted approval for CPEP to extend these contracts mere days before the general election. CPEP has been placed in an extremely embarrassing and compromised position. The former chairman made an explicit statement to the CEO that Cabinet had granted approval for the extension of these contracts. Only a member of the Cabinet will know if such a decision was in fact taken. CPEP CEO, Mr. Eddy, was clear in his evidence to the court that Mr. Edwards confirmed that he was advised by then Minister, Mr. Al-Rawi SC, that Cabinet had granted approval for the extension of these contracts. This was the basis upon which CPEP's management and then board acted. In his affidavit, Mr. Edwards did not deny Mr. Eddy's evidence in this regard. Instead, he preferred the incredible explanation that there was an error in the board note. The contemporaneous evidence shows that Mr. Edwards never informed CPEP's management or board that there was any mistake, far less the need for correction of same. Indeed, there is no message in the WhatsApp group about this alleged mistake. CPEP therefore calls upon all former board members to clear the air on this matter. If any former board member was advised by Mr. Edwards that there was an error in the board note, because the statement that Cabinet had approved the extension of the contracts was false, they have a duty to speak out and clear the air in the interest of good governance, transparency, and accountability. CPEP is in possession of every single email sent by board members ratifying the decision of the Cabinet to extend these contracts. There is no mention of any mistake in the emails sent from the directors 48 hours before the general election when they voted via round robin in support of ratifying and implementing the Cabinet's decision. CPEP welcomes the referral of this matter by the High Court to the DPP. Sworn affidavit evidence has already been given by CEO, Mr. Keith Eddy, and ex-chairman, Mr. Joel Edwards. Unfortunately, Senator Al-Rawi SC, who has been very vocal about this case, did not file any evidence on this important issue as it relates to the alleged fraud perpetuated against the company. We therefore call upon him to clear the air in the public interest. CPEP remains committed to the principles of transparency, integrity, and accountability. As a responsible corporate body that is funded by taxpayers, we have a duty to ensure that we serve the public interest in an honest and responsible manner. But for the representation that Cabinet had approved the extension of over 300 core contracts, the company would not have taken such a decision in the days leading up to before a general election. CPEP therefore intends to seek legal advice on this matter and shall leave no stone unturned, because it is determined to get to the truth. If the company was deceived into taking this decision, then there will be legal consequences and the chips will fall where they must.
So folks, that was the CPEP release. As you can see, the CPEP going all the way, all the way, all the way. Yeah? But Tommy, I want to address an issue that arose. It didn't arise from this. Or
what's the issue?
Huh?
What's that issue, my friend?
I want you to just take a quick listen to this, right? And then I'll get into to see how when the PNM interested in propaganda, they don't try to research anything. They just throw it up on the wall and see if it goes stick. So let me listen to this again.
Anything on that? No questions? Every day is a murder in this Trinidad and Tobago. Bodies just turning up all over the place.
Where's the murder toll?
Huh?
Where's the murder toll?
According to them, saying it's 234, but I have been told by an officer that it's over 300. But they're hiding it because every day they get 2 and 3 murders.
I'm hearing it's 481.
But look at that. I was told it was 300 and something. According to a particular friend of mine, who you know very well as well.
I'm hearing it's 481.
But they're hiding that.
You're hearing, right? It's 481. Right?
Twice he said it.
Yes. At least if you're hearing, before you hear, well, you know, you're a journalist, call up the TTPS and ask them, listen, folks, I hearing that the murder rate is 481. Right? So look at this. Significant reduction in murders. There have been a 14.8% reduction compared to 2020, 29.8% decrease compared to 2022, 32.3% decrease compared to 2023, and 35.5% decrease compared to 2024. And we know at the time that comment was made, it was 231. It might be 234 cents, right?
Yep.
Right? So we have that here. Look, this is CNC3 reporting the same thing. CNC3, the fourth estate. Right? There have been 14.8% reduction compared to 2020, 271 murders. 29 decrease compared to 2022, 329 murders. 32.3% decrease compared to 2023 murders. Compared to 2023, 341 murders. And 35.5% decrease compared to 2024, 358 murders. Right? Not only that, but here's a chart that shows you exactly what happened.
Yep.
Under the PNM, 329 to 358. Since the UNC came into power, it's down to 231. These are facts. This information, Tommy, we didn't go out and ask your partner. You didn't go and ask your PNM partner, hey, you know, how much murders you hear, boy? You know, boy. I hear it's 481, you know. I'm telling you. Yeah. So when he asked the question, he said, the man says 200, he hears 300 something. He said, no, boy. I hear it's 481. Tommy, as a journalist, is there any responsibilities to do a little homework?
You're supposed to be able to verify what you're saying.
Or you're supposed to. All right, you're supposed to. You don't really have to. You don't really have to. You're supposed to.
Not if you're part of the propagandist network.
Yeah. You see, anything they're trying to do, as much as they try to make the government look bad, things just happening right there and then that makes the government that see that the government is on the right track to bring the country where it needs to be or where we need to go. Yeah?
Yep.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm going to go to the chat. I'm a Santa Cruz here. Photoshop Fox. Hope it didn't hurt your body parts jumping to that BS conclusion. Gee, stop making a fool of yourself now. Have some shape. Stop the PNM propaganda now. You sound desperate. You're fully 100. Yeah? Yeah, hear what he's saying, Tommy. Tommy, hear what he's saying now. Tommy, you read that. You read that.
Wall Street, that information on crime reduction is false.
So, Tommy, the TTPS is now in the business of
misinforming the public.
Yes, the TTPS is now a PNM party group to put out misleading information to the public. So who do we depend on then, Tommy? Who do we depend on? We depend on the PNM? We depend on the pastor with the internet search engine name? Who do we depend on? Since PNM Fox is saying that information in crime reduction is false. Who do we depend on, Tommy?
That's a very good question.
All right. Tommy, let me ask Fox then. PNM Fox, who do we depend on then? Tell me who we depend on.
Send us a credible source.
Yeah. Send us a credible source so we could use that source. Because that information we put forward, and let me go back to it. Right? This is CNC3, eh? Or let's see at the bottom here, CNC3. Right? And this information here was regurgitated from this information. Right? And Tommy, and let's go over here now. And let's listen to this whole thing and listen to the other part.
Anything on that? No questions? Every day is a murder in this Trinidad and Tobago. Bodies just turning up all over the place.
Was the murder told?
Huh?
Was the murder told?
According to them, saying it's 234, but I have been told by an officer that it's over 300. But they're hiding it because every day they get 2 and 3 murders.
I'm hearing it's 481.
But look at that. I was told it was 300 and something. According to a particular friend of mine, who you know very well as well.
I'm hearing it's 481.
But they're hiding that. So what you can do? If you look at Crime Watch, which I
No, pasta with the internet search engine name. According to the TTPS, between January 1st and August 4th, 2025 police recorded 231 murders, not 481. Again, the pasta with the internet search engine name caught trying to mislead the population of Trinidad and Tobago.
Between January 1st and August 4th this year, police recorded 231 murders. That's 14.8% fewer than 2020, nearly 30% lower than 2022, over 32% down from 2023, and a 35.5% drop compared to the same time last year. And based on information provided to CNC3 News from Top Cop Alistair Guevara, the only recent year with fewer murders during this period was 2021, when COVID-19 lockdowns and restrictions were in full effect. His comments follow a recent spate of fatal shootings. Guevara says while the latest state of emergency was not meant to target homicides, the increased police presence and operations on the ground appear to be having a positive impact on violent crimes.
So, Tommy?
Yes.
I am waiting for PNM Fox to give us a reliable source. We ain't give you one, we ain't give you two, we give you 4 different places. And all of them have the same numbers. Same numbers. And PNM Fox, you should be ashamed of yourself, boy. You should be ashamed. Yeah? KFC, welcome. KFC.
Like PNM Fox.
Yeah, PNM Fox, yeah.
Is a red fox or a black fox?
Yeah, fox. Just a fox.
Fox.
Yeah.
Fox. Will you get information from Pastor Bull? Pastor Bull is more correct, you know?
Yeah. Pastor Bull have it correct. That is where Fox gets information from. The pastor with the internet search engine. Yeah.
Black Eye Pastor Bull. Oh, you got a small so Mr. Worship.
I know, boy. Ozempic. You ever hear about the pillow Ozempic?
He was not.
Ozempic.
He was the elephant. Yeah, he was the elephant for the last 9 years. He was not back as scratch.
I ain't sure about that. Yeah. I ain't sure that. Yeah, Tommy, Ozempic. You know what Ozempic, right, Tommy?
I've heard the commercial, but I don't know what the effects are.
Yeah, it does work. It does really work. It worked really, really good. It does work. It does work really good. So, Tommy, in this day of misinformation, when people put out this type of misinformation, it is easy for people to discredit them with their misinformation. Easy. Not hard at all. No. And why do they still do it, Tommy? Why? I don't understand.
If it works for them, then they stick with it.
But Tommy, you really think the followers believe what they're saying, boy? But Tommy, I just say that, eh? I want to do this editorial because again, Penelope Wig-Beckles, Tommy, I don't know why these people think people real dotish and chupid, you know. I'm saying it like Trinidadian. Dotish and chupid, you know. Chupid, eh?
If they've been getting away with it, then as far as they're concerned, people are stupid.
So, folks, I read an article about Penelope Wig-Beckles Tommy, did you hear about the article?
I think I read it.
Anyway, that people in the diaspora don't want to come home now because of crime in the country. Mr. Florida, welcome.
Good night, Mr. Hansen. Good night, Mr. Tommy, and everyone. Excuse. Yeah, so why the pastor don't play Karina Shea song? Poverty is no excuse for crime.
That's the song. He just play that all the time. That's the song.
So why you don't play that now? So why it was okay for the when the PNM was in power, he used to play that and they used to blame the people. Is the people not taking care of the children? How come it's different now? You're supposed to be playing that song. You see the hypocrisy in them, and people not seeing through that. When PNM was in power and it had record-breaking murders, you're playing Karen Asha. Poverty is no excuse for crime. And you see, parents supposed to take care of the children and parents supposed to... Where that conversation gone? That conversation disappear now? But people, and these PNM people who don't support not seeing through that.
No, I haven't seen that.
And so why it is when PNM in power it's acceptable, and when somebody else in power it's not acceptable? That's why I say people open your eyes and see the hypocrisy, they're exposing themselves here. They have to think. Just think. All right, Mr. Hanson, welcome.
Thank you. Do that editorial walls.
Yeah, so folks, I listened to Penny Wigbeckers talking about people in the diaspora don't want to come home because of crime. Penny, let me go solo here, Tommy. Let me go solo for a minute there.
Go solo.
Let me go solo, yeah. Let me go solo for a minute here.
Go Pepsi too.
No, I ain't going Pepsi. I'm going solo.
Okay, go solo.
I listened to Penny Wigbeckers. Well, now I don't say I listen. I read an article about people in the diaspora don't want to come home because of crime in the last 3 months. I said, Penny, you put Marvelous Marva out there to say that every PNM member is a propagandist. You fall right in that, Penny. You're a propagandist too. Instead of you being the opposition leader, you decide to be a propagandist to the PNM and coming with this googly gawk and this dotishology, madology. You know, I feel if you go by the savannah or by that place up there, you might see Penny in the front gate, waiting to go inside. I said, nah, something wrong with that woman. Something wrong. 5 years, me go Trinidad. Me go. Why you think I go? Because of the runaway crime under the PNM. And after April the 28th, you know what I said? I'm going Trinidad now. Eh, Penny? Penny, that's why they call you Penny Wigbeckers. You're weak. You're like a platypus. You're like a jellyfish. You're like an invertebrate. You have no belly and you have no spine and no stomach. Let me repeat that. You're like a platypus. PNM Fox, Google that to see what that is. Don't ask Gordon Dryden to do it because you don't use Google. And PNM Party, you could Google that too. Banmena, I don't think he has it. You Google that too. A platypus. Yeah? A jellyfish and an invertebrate, no stomach, no belly, and no spine. You come to fool the people in America to tell them, I hear people don't want to go back home in 3 months because of the runaway crime. It's the last 5 years under the PNM. As a matter of fact, the last 10 years. Yeah? Look, listen to this.
You think we're going to get any breasticular fortitude?
Yeah. I don't put that in there. Tommy, listen to PNM Fox. Wall Street, you are the first person in the diaspora saying people don't want to come home because of crime. 5 years I have been to Trinidad. I used to go to Trinidad every year for Carnival. Every year. every year to play my mass. That used to be my 2-week escape. And when I was on Wall Street, every single year, 2 weeks to play. And I played with them. I play with Legend. I play with Poison. I play with Robert Amar band. I played all kind of different bands. My partner used to play with All Stars. I tell him, I can't play with no geriatric band. Them used to take too long to go 2 blocks. Tommy, he used to say, Wall Street, boy, come and play the All Stars now. But I said, nah, partner. By the time I want to take to run 2 blocks, walk 2 blocks, I done walk like 5 miles already. That gonna make me too tired, Tommy. I can't. And that was my partner, Sempe. He always played the All Stars. I said, nah. I go pass on that one. That one, by the time them take to walk 2 blocks, Tommy, I tired. I can't. Yeah, breasticular fortitude. Yeah, Tommy, you're correct. Tommy Mohammed says it. Good one, Uncle Tommy, breasticular fortitude. Yeah, S-West, she looking for friends. The diaspora don't want to come home because of you. Yes, correct is right. But they don't want to come home because of crime in the last 3 months. And PNM Fox talking about he here different in the diaspora. Tommy, them fellas living in the diaspora, you know. Them fellas living in the diaspora. All right. Let me go to the editorial. Let me go back to the editorial, folks.
Yeah, bring it on.
Let me go back to the editorial. Listen to this. Listen to this editorial. Take a listen to this. But I'm the first person here saying that. Why?
Misleading the diaspora. Why opposition leader Penny weak? Beckles' crime claims ring hollow. A response from Professor Wall Street, setting the record straight on Trinidad and Tobago's crime reality. Opposition leader Penelope Week. Beckles' recent statements about Trinidadians abroad fearing to return home due to crime represent a disturbing example of political opportunism that deliberately distorts the timeline of Trinidad and Tobago's security challenges. As someone who left Trinidad and Tobago on July 4th, 1977, approximately 48 years ago, and made the personal decision not to return specifically because of the runaway crime that escalated under the PNM government over the past decade, I find Beckles' attempt to blame the current UNC administration both disingenuous and historically dishonest. When Beckles claims that every single person who has any association with Trinidad and Tobago, people are expressing fear of coming home because they are reading what's happening in the newspapers, she conveniently omits the crucial context. This fear developed and peaked during the PNM's tenure under Dr. Keith Rowley, not in the few months since the UNC returned to power. This selective amnesia represents exactly the kind of propaganda that the PNM chairman Marvelous Marva acknowledged when he stated that every PNM member is a propagandist of the PNM. Here are 10 reasons why Beckles' claims are absolutely wrong. 1. Deliberate timeline manipulation. Beckles' statement creates the false impression that current crime fears developed under the new UNC government, when in fact these concerns crystallized during the PNM's nearly decade-long tenure. The diaspora's reluctance to visit home is a legacy of the PNM years, not a new phenomenon that emerged in the past few months. This timeline distortion is a classic propaganda technique designed to mislead the public about causation and responsibility. 2. Ignoring the PNM's disastrous crime record. Under Keith Rowley's PNM government, Trinidad and Tobago experienced some of its highest murder rates in history. The country regularly recorded over 500 murders annually, with 2019 seeing 536 murders and 2008 recording 550 murders, both under PNM watch. Beckles conveniently ignores this blood-soaked legacy when making her current claims about diaspora fears. 3. Hypocrisy in criticizing programs her party dismantled. Beckles mentions the dismantling of youth programs like the Civilian Conservation Corps, CEDAP, and My Part. But these programs were eliminated or undermined during PNM governance, including periods when she herself held ministerial positions. Her criticism of their absence now rings hollow, given her party's role in their destruction and her personal complicity in these decisions. 4. False claims about detection and conviction rates. While Beckles criticizes current detection and conviction rates, these problems are deeply rooted in the institutional failures that occurred during PNM governance. The police service's investigative capabilities and the justice system's efficiency deteriorated significantly under PNM watch. Yet she speaks as if these are new problems requiring urgent attention rather than inherited disasters. 5. Misrepresenting the state of emergency's necessity. Beckles' criticism of the state of emergency as not sufficient ignores the reality that such drastic measures became necessary precisely because of the PNM's failure to address crime during their tenure. The current government inherited a security crisis of unprecedented proportions, making emergency measures an unfortunate necessity rather than a policy choice. 6. Selective concern about international reputation. The international travel advisories and damaged reputation that Beckles now highlights developed during the PNM years when crime spiraled out of control. Her sudden concern about international perceptions seems conveniently timed to coincide with her party's return to opposition status rather than reflecting genuine, long-standing concern about the country's image. 7. Disingenuous call for bipartisan cooperation. Beckles' call for bipartisan cooperation on crime rings particularly hollow, given the PNM's lack of such cooperation when they were in government. The PNM showed little interest in working with the opposition on crime solutions during their tenure, making their current calls for collaboration appear purely tactical rather than principled. 8. Propagandist rhetoric over substantive solutions. Rather than offering concrete, evidence-based solutions to crime, Beckles engages in exactly the kind of propaganda her party chairman acknowledged as their standard operating procedure. Her statements are designed to score political points rather than contribute meaningfully to crime reduction efforts. 9. Ignoring resource constraints inherited by the new government. The current UNC government inherited not only a crime crisis, but also significant resource constraints from years of PNM economic mismanagement. Beckles' criticism ignores the reality that comprehensive crime fighting requires resources that were depleted during the PNM years through corruption, mismanagement, and failed policies. 10. Personal testimony contradicts her timeline. As Professor Wall Street, my personal experience directly contradicts Beckles' implied timeline. I made the decision not to return to Trinidad and Tobago specifically because of crime fears that developed during the PNM's tenure, not because of anything the current government has done in its brief time in office. Beckles cannot rewrite the personal experiences of diaspora members who lived through the PNM's crime surge. The reality behind the propaganda. The truth that Beckles seeks to obscure is that Trinidad and Tobago's crime crisis reached its most severe levels during the PNM's governance. The fear among diaspora members that she now attributes to current conditions actually developed during years of PNM misrule, when murder rates soared, criminal enterprises flourished, and the state's response proved woefully inadequate. My own decision to avoid returning home was made during the height of PNM governance, when it became clear that the party had lost control of the country's security situation. This was not a decision made lightly, but one forced by the reality of a deteriorating security environment that made even short visits inadvisable. Beckles' attempt to transfer responsibility for this crisis to a government that has been in office for mere months represents the worst kind of political opportunism. It demonstrates a willingness to mislead not only local voters, but also diaspora members who maintain deep emotional connections to their homeland. A call for honesty. The diaspora deserves better than propaganda disguised as concern. We deserve honest acknowledgement of how the crime crisis developed, who was responsible for its escalation, and what realistic timelines exist for its resolution. Beckles' statements fail on all these counts, offering instead a politically convenient narrative that obscures rather than illuminates the truth. The PNM had nearly a decade to address crime and failed spectacularly. The current government deserves a reasonable opportunity to implement solutions without bearing responsibility for problems they inherited. Beckles' statements represent an attempt to deny the new administration this opportunity while absolving her party of responsibility for the crisis they created. In conclusion, Trinidad and Tobago's crime problems are real, severe, and long-standing. They require honest assessment, adequate resources, and sustained effort to resolve. What they do not require is the kind of politically motivated misinformation that Beckles has offered. Her statements serve only to confuse the public discourse and obstruct the serious work needed to restore security and international confidence. The diaspora's concerns about crime are legitimate, but they must be understood in their proper historical context. These fears developed during years of PNM governance and reflect the real consequences of that party's failures. No amount of propaganda can change this fundamental reality, regardless of how skillfully Beckles attempts to rewrite the timeline. Trinidad and Tobago deserves opposition leadership that contributes constructively to solving problems rather than perpetuating the propaganda that has become the PNM's signature approach to political discourse. Until that leadership emerges, the country will continue to suffer from the confusion and misdirection that characterizes Beckles' current approach.
Yeah, Tommy. You know, Tommy, I was kind of shocked. Well, I don't know if I could say I was shocked, but it's kind of surprising that. Okay, hold on. It's kind of surprising that you would try to cast abroad, and I think Caribbean Soul brought up a big point, a good point there. For me, what about during the pandemic, where hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people were locked out of Trinidad and Tobago?
Exactly.
Yeah. I sometimes I just wonder, boy. I just wonder. I think when they make statements, they think that either nobody else is listening or nobody else will pick up on what they are saying. I just have a feeling about that. You know?
There was a time when they would have caught you and caught me too.
Say that again, Tommy. Hold on, Mr. Florida.
There was a time when they could have caught you and caught me too.
Correct is right. Correct is right. Yep. You're right. Go ahead, Mr. Florida.
Yeah, Miss Ansem. You know, to come to Trinidad now, Miss Ansem, it's like 700 US for a ticket. And when you have to go with your wife and your 2 children, I almost 3,000 US dollars. You understand? And then when you reach down in Trinidad and you buy things and you reach in the airport, they want to interrogate you like you're bringing drugs. And then when you reach in Trinidad now, after 5 o'clock in the evening, you can't go no way. You have to be careful anything you do. You have to lock up. You have to stay inside. You can't even hang out in your yard. Because PNM was in power for 10 years. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And PNM now, they're not looking at that, you know. They only talking about this 3 months. So you tell me people go make up their mind in 3 months? When I now get my first job is 3 months probation, I will be on. Before you could get something. Then do 3 months is 3 years. You see, they're not looking at all of that, you know. You understand what I'm saying? And then when you spend that $3,000 for your family to come home, to go right Bahamas, you pay that same $3,000 and you get accommodation and hotel and everything. You understand?
Yep.
They're not making it attractive for people to come home. But the UNC will change that. You'll see how things will change differently here, Mr. Answer.
Correct is right.
And you'll see how everything will be correct back how it used to be.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Answer, Mr. Tommy, look on this.
Tommy.
Thank you.
PNM Fox asked this question. You see, he don't listen to him. He don't listen. Uncle Ruckus, that's what he just called me. You understand?
Yeah, I realize.
Would you come back to Trinidad now? PNM Fox in a heartbeat. And I am going to be visiting Trinidad for the first time in
Mr.
5
Wall
years.
Street.
Yeah.
And Uncle told me we asked if you will come back to Trinidad. No, of course.
Of course.
We get rid of the evil PNM.
Of course, he asks and answers.
He asks and answers like he's sure.
He asks and answers. He asks and answers. Yeah.
Why are you talking about June Williams, the old PNM store? What's all the acknowledging the party and all them kind of things?
Hey, KFC.
Have you ever studied?
KFC. Boy, it has been so busy. I saw a post where them no longer want John Williams to be in the general council meeting.
Yeah.
I said, where them wicked, evil PNM, John, you anti-John.
PNM treat the people, by.
Oh, good. I couldn't believe that. Tommy.
But I know him, mommy. I don't take up people. The black eye man gets in like a nail, or it's like a whale. Mom, you told me make a contribution because you know you're the former contractor for your CPEP. And you care about the poor and the poor that I run now. You will help out and all kind of thing in there. And mommy called back and talked about June Williams. And she make a contribution on the master program and part. You know, Pascal, he's a part of the field is right and like to mislead the public. Yeah, mommy. Just to a man talking and he's sleeping and you keep sleeping. Pascal is liar, the sinful pastor and hang up and go in. You ban the woman now from all them meeting, but up here, I'm shoot them people, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That would have shoot my girl Gemma. She calling and punk, she die up here, man. Nobody, no counselor, no minister to go to funeral, right?
Yeah.
The dress out by what she buy.
Yeah, I will read it for you now. I find it.
You come home just now. You're going to see her soon.
Soon.
Bless.
Yeah, man. Folks, put your closing comments in the chat and put your closing quotes and send your closing voice note. Tommy, let me read it for you. When I get them thing and I was out of copy and paste them because there'll be so much. It says, long post alert. Good morning to the PNM and those who will read this post. It must be that a foul spirit of ingratitude and dishonor has overcome this leadership to the point where our matriarch, Mrs. Joan Yule Williams, could become a target for evil enterprise. This is a PNM saying this, you know, Tommy. A PNM saying an evil enterprise. This is not Wall Street or Tommy or Kunji or KFC or Miss Santa Cruz. This is a PNM saying that. Let me repeat that for you. It must be that a false spirit of ingratitude and dishonor has overcome this leadership to the point where our matriarch, Mrs. Joan Yule Williams, could become a target for evil enterprise. When we said the PNM was evil, wicked, deceitful, disingenuous, heinous, dastardly, and all vindictive, oh God, no. This is our PNM saying that. Let me continue. This is not about the party's constitution, but a matter of principle. Auntie Joan has given her life to the PNM since our defeat in 1986. She serves as the chairman of San Fernando East, minister, senator, Women's League chairman, deputy political leader, acting PM, coordinator of constituencies, and so many other positions. She successfully worked on several PNM historical and political documents and events. She transformed the whole cultural arena as minister, helped Calypso Tent, gave support to countless vulnerable people and communities. Joan Yule Williams is a living legend, an institution in the PNM. That's how the PNM, the street they own. We tired tell all the PNM wicked and evil. That is a wicked and evil enterprise to their own. Joan Yule Williams is the dagger, Tommy, the dagger in the back. That what did I say, Tommy? Dagger in the back? Or dagger in the heart?
Oh, the heart.
Yeah, dagger in the heart. Yeah. How in name of tarnation could these leaders? Who is the leader? Who? Tell me who is the leader?
Beckles.
No, you sure? It's not Marvelous Marva?
Could be Marva.
What about the Ferris wheel?
Could be that too.
What about the dwarf?
I ain't sure about that one.
All right. Okay. How in the name of tarnation could these leaders who purport themselves to be human beings take a decision to send a text message to her telling her that she no longer welcome at general councils and other meetings at Balize House? This is what the PNM did to one of their own. They're evil and wicked. They don't like their own. These people heard good. This is very painful. Why would they want to take away from this senior servant of the party the honor of sitting at a meeting at Balize House? Why is the harm or danger? Okay, hold on. Is there no longer a respect or reverence for our traditions and old landmarks? I recall a public statement by former General Secretary and Ambassador, Mr. Ashton Ford, who said, the inheritors must not forget the builders. If even you feel that she may not have supported your campaign, does everything have to be about vengeance, even to our elderly? Is everything about you against the rest? Where is the criticism about? Auntie Joan knows that she has no vote or no say at your meeting. She's but a pleasant and impactful presence and a reminder of our history and the hard work that went before us. That's all. Right? I will stop there. And she ended up this. This is how it ended up. So I ask again, who is responsible for the move to the bar, Auntie Joan? Who sent this text message? Is it the General Secretary? Is it the political leader? At the end of the day, Tommy, a fish doesn't rotten from the tail.
True.
Eh?
True.
A fish does not rotten from the tail.
Fact.
Penelope weak beckers, it fallen right on she big toe. Because according to the article, Auntie Joan may not have supported her. Yeah? Only thing they easy. The PNM don't like their own Tommy Mohammed. This is true, you know. Yeah? Miss Santa Cruz. Look what they do manning at Bali's house. Chase him and spit on him.
True.
I wonder if Aisha Rose was part of that. Aisha Rose was part of that, Tommy, you remember?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah. PNM Fox. That was fake. Let me tell you the initials of the person who write that. H. She first name begins with a H-E-R. And she last name begins with a F. A PNM till she dead. That's who write that. Yeah. I forgot I didn't screenshot it. Let me see something. Let me see something real quick here, Tommy. I wish I could pull this up here real quick. Tell them like to make excuse. You tell them like to make excuse, Tommy. Before you acknowledge the fact that Auntie Joan is a stalwart of the PNM, yeah? You want to come and defend that. Let me see something. H-E-R.
Defend the indefensible.
Yeah. Defend the indefensible. That is it, Tommy. Hold on, eh? Oh, look at here. Look the post here. I go tell all who the person is. The person is a person named H-E-R-M-O-I-N-E Ford. Look, PNM Fox. You catch with your pants down by your ankles. Don't touch your blue soap. Don't touch it. Yeah. You see, Tommy, you see how there's lie?
Mm-hmm.
This is the woman post on Facebook, you know. Home Ford. A staunch PNM. A PNM till she dead. That's where I get the post from. Yeah? And you want to talk about, but we don't bring garbage here, but we just do our homework. If it's one thing I could tell you, we just do our homework. We not like pastor with the internet search engine. Yeah?
Top of the hill.
Yeah. Caribbean sister, a little booty told me Aisha was the person who organized the dry coconut and candle for Rowley. Okay, folks, put your closing comment in the chat and your closing quote, okay? Yeah. You cannot believe everything posted on social media. The woman posted on her Facebook page. That's she Facebook page. If she posted on Facebook page, what do you want me to believe? Yeah, we gotta go for the break. KFC, we're going for the break. Go ahead. You have 30 seconds.
Hi, good night, Mr. Washi. Closing comments. As the man said, Aisha, you know, it's Raul who kick Aisha out of Bali's house. So Aisha, but the silent Aisha.
Oh, good. Yeah, right.
She and Penny the same told them was a chat. Remember, Aisha went up against that deceased woman.
Yeah.
And Penny went up for the post against Rolly wrongs.
Correct. Yeah.
So Rolly never like it to them, you know.
Yeah.
But you can see all the because of falling on similar to treat him Mother June.
Yeah, look at the
treat so much PNM. How we kill the PNM is what should I call this man who wake up early.
Early boy. Before they put something on me, boy. Before I put a little jingy on me, I bust it.
Well, I know that man, you do it, I tell you, walking in your house backwards and train so by the door and living at Jumbie outside. You know?
Going salt in the corner and sugar in the corner, all kind of thing, boy.
They chop the all the ballies, trees and thing in the air.
Bless. Miss Santa Cruz, Homie and Ford, that's she name. I PNM till she dead. Yeah, she talking about it. But PNM Fox coming about we getting misinformation. folks, let me take that break and we'll be right back. Stick and stay. It's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street on you. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Back with you. It's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Washington, you on WZYE 95.9 FM. Tommy.
Yes.
When we stated, let me take this call. Yeah, Mr. Florida, welcome.
Good evening again, Mr. Tommy. Good evening to all the callers and everybody on the live, and all be safe until we meet again Sunday. Mr. Anselm, you understand what I mean? It's not the money to come Trinidad, you know, but it's to make it more attractive to come Trinidad. You understand? If you subsidize the price and make it a little cheaper, people will come home for a weekend all the time. We'll have plenty people be traveling just like what Diana doing. Yeah, you were Gordon saying that, oh, like small money. He's so unconscious and so uneducated. He don't understand why you're saying that. If you make something more attractive and you make it with your subsidize some of the prices, people will come in for a weekend, fly in for a Friday and leave a Sunday. And you'll get more foreign exchange coming in. Gordon, get some sense now, bro. Every day you come and make yourself but I don't want to see it there. Look on this, Mr. One.
Yeah, man. And Ms. Santa Cruz, thank you very much. Gordon, get your blasted self. Nobody in UNC ever did that to Panda. He was removed legally. Yeah? PNM don't like the black. They don't like the black people. They only like them for them to vote for them. That is it. Look how they're treating John Yule Williams. You know that is called the Prime Minister anti-Kamala. There is also called John Williams anti-Joan.
That's right.
I saw that firsthand, anti-Joan, the wicked, evil PNM, the malevolent PNM, the immoral PNM, the vile PNM, the malicious PNM, the nefarious PNM, the diabolical PNM, the heinous PNM, the villainous PNM, the devious PNM, the unscrupulous PNM, the iniquitous PNM, the dastardly PNM, and finally, the conniving and vindictive PNM. All of them, that's the PNM. That's the PNM. Look. Let me give you a closing quote, yeah? Before I get vexed tonight.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna do it really quick. Like I said before, and I'll say again. Sometimes you may not remember what a person said or what they did, but you never forget how they make you feel. That's why, of course, there is. Man, I get a block as to who said it again.
Now, don't worry yourself, man.
Anyways, like I always say, you the man in the mirror. Yeah. You have to become the change you want to see. However, if you look in that mirror and you don't like what you see, you cannot blame the mirror. Never look down on a person unless you give them a hand up.
Yeah.
That was Maya Angelou. With the first quote, that was Maya Angelou.
Yeah. Look how the PNM treating John Yule Williams.
We'll see each other.
That we had.
We'll see each other on Sunday. On Sunday, God willing, we'll see each other and let's talk politics. Till then, be safe, stay cool, stay calm, and keep loving each other because I love you.
Yeah, thank you, Tommy.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I want to read this closing quote. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. And this is what the PNM have done to many black people in Trinidad and Tobago. Find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found out the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them, and they will continue till they are resisted with either words or blows or with both. That's what the PNM have done to most of their followers. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall, so that's all I like to stay where I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. Remember, your circumstances may determine who you are, but you are responsible for who you become. Yeah? Let me go to the voice notes.
Let's see if we got it.
Communication is one thing, but your tone while communicating is everything. Knowledge speak, but wisdom listens. Thank you, Miss Atlanta.
So the curtains come down or coming down. Yeah. But we have a serious, serious problem in Trinidad and Tobago. Not exclusive to Trinidad and Tobago, because a lot of countries around us battling with the same thing. More than one problem, eh? But the crime problem is one that is definitely very, very high up on the list. And mind you, it didn't start 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 15 or 20 or 25 years ago. And there are those of us who feel that if you're tracing back a time to when it really, really started to go south, it's 1919. All right? But there's no statistical evidence to confirm that that is when it really started to go south. So I feel that people should try and take every opportunity they get to see how they could encourage people to come up with ways and means and ideas to interfere, to put a serious dent in the mindset of the people. And when I say people, I am referring to those who feel that because they have a gun or access to a gun, that they are the baddest thing after John Wayne or Welfego Barker. Or those who are in positions of authority should see how they could interfere with the systems that we could get this crime rate down. Because listen, we have people who've been charged, who the DPP look at it and say, look, listen, this have to go up so. Yeah, this, you can't throw all this. And these people still there, not getting the opportunity to see this thing come to conclusion, whether they're guilty or they are innocent. And you know it have people have no problem with that. They just beat me. This is what beats me like egg for cake. You know? It have people who have no problem with that. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, a matter going on and still going on. And then it had the next set now. The only people who should get locked up and should go to jail is all of them who were in red. Nobody else. Nobody else. Doesn't that quote sound like something from the book of Dotuishness? Well, I guess a country lover wouldn't say that. A country lover will say anybody that is found guilty of doing evil, illegalities, they should face the jail. Yeah? Let's do it.
Let me play. I have one. Let me play it.
Go ahead, go ahead.
The UNC government approved for it $750,000 for the opening of Parliament. Unless we have that, then we have enough to help more of our vulnerable children. The last call I make is to increase the funding allocated to school repairs. That has been a problem since the UNC's time. It was a priority for the PNM. And the UNC has the funding now, they have the funding and they have the power to increase the amount allocated to school repairs and fix all of our schools. I await for standard schools cafeteria, I await for Lapostora government, I await for all the schools in my constituency that need help, just like all of the others. I reiterate, Mr. Speaker, there is no economic crunch. I reiterate, after the 21 schools that the PNM built on their tenure, after that, continue. The member for Operation knows well because he was at a number of the openings. He's not repeating it because Mr. Speaker didn't know it is true. After the 21 schools that the PNM did, there is no economic crunch, there is no crunch, there is no evidence of any shortfall. So all that stops the UNC from doing what is required is political will. This is the time to govern. This is the time to lead.
Who sent that? I don't know.
Okay. So Donna Alexander says, let people judge you, let them misunderstand you, let them gossip about you. What they think of you isn't your problem. Their opinions do not pay your bills, so you stay kind, committed to love, no matter what they do or say. Never doubt your worth. You keep shining and let the haters hate. Okay, that's it. Let me go to the closing comments now. PNM Fox says, Uncle Ruckus, what about when Kamala stole the party from Pandey? How could she steal the party? How could she steal the party? I guess they had an internal election for the political leader, and she won.
That's what I remember.
That's what I remember. Boy, well, sorry for you. Miss Santa Cruz says, till Sunday, God willing, my friends, stay blessed, stay safe, stay dry and hydrated. Yeah. Bremer Hall says, there's no art to find a mind's constriction in the face, William Shakespeare. Mr. Intellectual says, when you find ignorance in a society, I wonder what they are called. Yeah, it's the same as if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. As Smooth said, just imagine if PNM treating their own. So what they'll do who is not PNM. Hey, as Smooth, correct is right, boy. Just imagine. As tall, what like John U. Williams told me. Yeah, they could treat like that. Boy.
What they do to you and I?
Boy. Patrick, or what? PNM leaders have to run who they don't like. So what the leaders say, if they don't like it, get the hell out of here. Barry Garcia was crying on the ground report and the Gladiator about what they did to Manning that night. Yeah. Dawn says, God give the hardest battle to the strongest soldiers. Blessed night, everyone. Monica Ramke soon, so heavy is the hair that wears the crown, William Shakespeare. Batman, closing comment, is often the small steps, not the giant leaps, that bring about the most lasting change. Yeah, Martin Luther King says you don't have to see all the flights in the staircase, you only have to see the first flight. As Smoot say, a nation is known by how they treat their old, its poor, and its animals. And President Carter, God rest his soul, had a comment similar to that. Caribbean Soul say, act like you can't afford the bread until they find out you own the bakery. Stay humble. Yeah, that's a good one. All right. Would you come back to Trinidad? Vindra said, good night, everyone. Have a safe night. My condolences to Lenora. Stay strong. We'll see you on Sunday. Condolences to you, Lenora, as well.
Condolences to TC.
Yeah, as well. TC as well. And Batman had indicated, let's get a petition going to rename the Cuba Hospital in honor of K-Baby, as Professor and Uncle Tommy has been advocating for. Yeah. It's going to happen. Only know when we start something. But I wanted to say this. Miss Santa Cruz said chat padding. Volsang says defender. Walls and them send signal to the peeps. I don't send no signal. Folks, we are out of here. We see you on Sunday. Same WZYE time. Same WZYE channel. We are out of here. See you.
When you MC with bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. We tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching at the law, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot, again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more rolling again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. We're tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching a dollar, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot, again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more rolling again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye.